Chapter 1996. Second update. Reflection Sword Jade Disc. This reminded Chunzong of the Reflection Sword Planet's Lin family's Reflection Sword Mark. It seemed similar, but from what Su Luan said, it should be different. Chunzong was looking forward to it. Calm down, focus. In an instant, Chunzong felt that his reflection on the jade disc became clearer and clearer, as if it was a real person. In an instant, as if it was an illusion, the proud Chunzong's heart shook and his vision blurred. His reflection on the jade disc seemed to be smiling at him. That smile had an indescribable sense of mystery. When Chunzong woke up again, he found that he seemed to be in a dark void. It also felt like he was in another world, but he couldn't feel the existence of his body. All he had was a consciousness, just a consciousness. But Chunzong had a similar experience before, so he didn't panic. The Reflection Sword Jade Disc was said to be a secret place for cultivation, but it could also be considered a secret treasure for cultivation. It was dark. In an instant, there seemed to be a sword light that wasn't dazzling but was very eye-catching. It was bright and gentle. In an instant, it moved forward like a flying sword. Everywhere it passed, the darkness retreated under the bright and gentle sword light. The sword light kept moving further and further away. Chunzong saw a path that had been cut open by the sword light. Both sides of the path were still covered in darkness. Only the path went straight ahead. It seemed to be endless, and he didn't know where it led to. Under the path, there was a faint light that kept moving forward, like a school of swordfish in the water. That was sword light, countless sword lights. Although they were not very fast, they had a kind of sharp spirit that cut through all obstacles and pressed forward courageously. The Path of Swords. This was the so-called Path of Swords. What the Jade Reflection Sword Disc showed was a path for sword cultivators. This path was actually a process and experience of sword cultivators from the past to the present. It would slowly appear, as if they were trying to understand the past. Using this as a foundation, combined with the mysteries of the Jade Reflection Sword Disc, they could deduce the future. Of course, this kind of deduction wasn't 100% correct. It could only be said that there were no disadvantages for him and there were benefits. However, how he would change in the future was still unknown. The future was just like fate. It was the most unpredictable and full of variables. The jade annulus of the Reflection Sword was only a guide for the future cultivation of the way of the sword, a possibility or many possibilities. Under the observation of his consciousness, a figure appeared. It was as if the figure had directly walked out of the darkness and walked on the sword path. That figure was Chunzong. That was him. Chunzong's consciousness, which was floating in the air, was slightly startled. The feeling of becoming an outsider and seeing himself was really amazing. It could be said that it was not him, but a reflection. But it was also him. Chunzong could feel that there was an indescribable connection between his consciousness and the reflection. When the reflection stepped on the sword path, it suddenly shrank and shrank. Chunzong was very surprised. That was him when he was young. At that time, he was still in the branch family of the Chun family in the Eastern Land. He was still working hard to improve himself, but he couldn't achieve anything. In an instant, Chunzong only felt the feelings of helplessness, powerlessness, and unwillingness to give up. He seemed to have returned to that time. The hut, the lake, and the weight-bearing training before the sun rose every day. That feeling was very, very far away now. That memory had been sealed in the depths of his mind. Although he hadn't forgotten it, he would no longer think about it. After all, ever since he was born, especially since he had obtained the Heart Sword Seal, he had been constantly moving forward. He had been to one place after another, from a small place to a big place, to an entire world, and then to a new world. Now he had arrived in the void. His experiences, big and small, merged into a long river that was constantly flowing and expanding. The memories of his youth had long become like a wave in the long river, inconspicuous. But now he was reliving that feeling. Compared to when he was young, he didn't know how many times stronger he was now. There was no comparison at all. It was like the difference between a flame and a scorching sun. Even so, reliving the past gave him a very mysterious feeling. The hardships when he was young. After he obtained the heart sword seal, his meridians were cleansed, and he was reborn. From then on, he really embarked on the path of cultivation. Although he was young and suffered many hardships, he couldn't make any progress despite his continuous efforts. However, it made his mind more determined. After he obtained the heart sword seal, it was equivalent to having a solid foundation. From then on, he began to advance by leaps and bounds, and he was in high spirits. That young figure continued to move forward step by step. His determined expression never changed. His eyes became brighter and brighter, as if they were about to burn. Gradually, traces of undetectable aura spread out from his body. That was the aura of a sword, the sharpness of a sword. 8 forms of a true sword. At that time, the initiation sword technique that he cultivated was the 8 forms of the true sword. The 8 forms of the true sword allowed him to step into the threshold of a sword cultivator. In the Chun clan, elder sister Chun Chuyin taught him how to use the sword and laid a solid foundation for him. In the Eastern Continent's hegemony battle, 1 man and 1 sword swept through the world, and he was invincible. He built a solid fortress for the Chun clan, so that his family and friends could live and work in peace. With a sword out of the Eastern Continent, he fought in the Blue Waves world, and he moved unhindered in the sword sect. That figure continued to move forward, and his footsteps became more and more firm. The immaturity on his face gradually disappeared, and it was replaced by maturity and even more unswerving determination. Every step he took was an experience. Step by step, that figure continued to grow taller, becoming more and more mature. Blue Waves world, Lingwu sacred world, Tianyuan sacred world, the reincarnation of life and death, the ups and downs of life and death. The only thing that did not change was the heart to pursue the sword. Moreover, it became more and more firm, and it was unshakable. The sword that came from the heart had long been integrated into the body, into the depths of the soul, and combined with his life. The two became one, and there was no distinction between them. The sword is me, and I am the sword. Although my way of the sword is not clear enough, it is incomparably firm. My heart, step by step, that figure finally grew to be exactly the same as his current self. He immediately stood still, and it did not move forward. Shenzong's consciousness knew that this was his current self. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. That figure still stood motionless. Shenzong's consciousness was unable to control or direct it. He could only watch and see what his reflection would do. It moved. At the 10th breath, his reflection moved again. He raised his foot, but it was very slow. He slowly stepped forward, as if there were thousands of layers of resistance under his feet, and it was difficult for him to land. In the end, that step still landed. With a boom, the entire sword path seemed to shake. Countless ripples surged from the soles of his feet, like endless ripples. One ripple after another. In an instant, Chunzong's consciousness saw that the ripples were like an open scroll, and pictures appeared one after another. Chunzong had never seen those pictures before, but they seemed familiar to Chunzong. They were strange yet familiar, as if he had seen them before. However, Chunzong was sure that he had never seen them before. This feeling was very strange. It was indescribable. Chunzong's consciousness was completely focused on those pictures. They seemed to represent his future path of cultivation. Although it was not absolute, it would not do him any harm. On the contrary, it was a kind of guidance. However, although there were many pictures, they were all very blurry, and it was almost impossible to see clearly. Immediately after, the reflection took another step forward. As his foot landed, the scene around him flickered and seemed to become clearer. 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. With every step he took, the pictures around him became clearer and more lifelike. In one of the pictures, there was a dark void. A figure stood in the void, motionless, and his robe was still. Chunzong saw clearly that it was his own back. However, it was not his current self, but his future self. It moved. In an instant, the figure drew his sword and thrust it out. There was no amazing momentum. It seemed to be an ordinary sword strike. It was even difficult to see the sword light. It was as if it was just an ordinary sword strike. There was no wind or waves, and it was swung out of thin air. It was like a child's casual stab of a tree branch, without any strength. But in the next breath, a star that was slowly rotating far away suddenly paused and stopped rotating. Then, a terrifying power erupted from within the star. In just an instant, the star exploded and turned into an incomparably resplendent firework in the void. One sword strike to shatter a star. This was not a casual remark. It was a real strike to shatter a star. Chunzong could vaguely feel the power contained in the sword strike. It did not seem to be very powerful, but it was very mysterious. It directly pierced into the star and destroyed the core of the star, causing the core to explode and the entire star to explode. Although Chunzong could feel it, he still could not understand the mystery of the sword strike. The gap between their levels was too big. In another picture, the figure was still Chunzong. However, it was not in the dark void, but in a valley. The grass was long, and the birds were flying. It was as lively as February. Colorful birds of different colors flew from all directions and circled around the figure. It was natural and peaceful, comfortable and comfortable. Chunzong did not understand. What did this mean? In the third image, the figure was walking on the ground without stopping. Walking past, it was spring with long grass and birds flying. Walking past, it was summer with the scorching sun. Walking past, it was autumn with golden killing. Walking past, it was winter with cold and lonely. For steps, the four seasons rotated. The cycle was endless. In the fourth scene, the figure stood there without moving, but strong winds continued to blow, causing his robes and long hair to flutter. Soon after, thunder and lightning wreaked havoc. The lightning was vast and mighty, like a dragon soaring through the sky, after which flames spread from afar, burning fiercely. Wind, thunder, fire. After that, mountains rose one after another, ravines formed on the ground, water gushed out, and plants grew on the shore. It was as if a part of the world was evolving. Chapter 1997. Third update to you. When they walked out of the Reflection Sword J disc, the other three people besides Chunzong were all excited. Their eyes shone brightly. It seemed like they had all gained a lot. A sharp aura rippled around them. This was caused by the strengthening of the sword chi and not being able to fully control it. When Chunzong walked out, numerous gazes fell on him. They wanted to see what he had gained from the Reflection Sword J disc. Then, they were all slightly startled. They were a little surprised. This was because Chunzong, who had walked out, did not have the slightest bit of sharp aura ripples. Instead, he was extremely calm. Moreover, his expression seemed to be somewhat at a loss, and his eyes seemed to be filled with traces of confusion. He looks like he didn't gain anything, right? The oblique wind sword could not help but guess. Generally speaking, one would gain something from the Reflection Sword J disc. The more talented one was, the more obvious the gain would be. Of course, there were always exceptions. Some people really did not gain anything. In fact, there were quite a few of them. As time went on, it proved that those who did not gain anything from the Reflection Sword J disc had almost exhausted their potential. It would be difficult for them to achieve anything in the future. They cannot be compared to others. Their glory and brilliance were like shooting stars. They disappeared in a flash. It was only temporary. However, on the path of cultivation, there were temporary battles. Most of them were long-term battles. Only the one who had the last laugh would be the winner. With Chunzong, Sulwan left the Sword Palace and returned to his cave. It seems like Chunzong did not gain anything from the Reflection Sword J disc. After Chunzong left, the oblique wind sword sighed regretfully. The sword of no return did not say anything, but a trace of regret flashed through his eyes. He had a strong desire to compete with people who could defeat him in a head-on battle. He wanted to surpass them one day in the future and defeat them with his own hands. But now, this person did not seem to gain anything from the Reflection Sword J disc. His dazed expression was the expression of someone who did not gain anything from the Reflection Sword J disc. This meant that the strength of this person was only temporary. It was as though he had already unleashed all of his potential at this stage. In fact, He might even have overdrawn it. In the future, he would no longer have any potential left. It would probably be difficult for him to break through to the spirit ascension realm. You're just a country bumpkin from a small place. You were lucky enough to obtain some secret technique that stimulated your potential in advance. That's why you have your current strength. Yin Xiaoxiao understood this very well. She sneered and said disdainfully, "Give me a few years, and I will be stronger than him." Junior sister, you're right. Perhaps you won't even need a year to kill him. The fourth true disciple of the Sword Palace flattered Shenzong, but his heart was filled with killing intent toward Shenzong. He had been defeated and injured in front of so many people, which was extremely humiliating. Previously, he had felt terrified, helpless, and powerless. But now, he was full of confidence. A person who did not gain anything from the Reflection Sword Jade Annulus would not have much of a future. Strength was only temporary. It was just a matter of time. In the future, perhaps not long after, or even less than a year, with his gains from the Reflection Sword Jade Annulus, he might be able to surpass his opponent. At that time, he would definitely take revenge for that sword attack. Did you gain anything from the Reflection Sword Jade Annulus? Su Wan could not help but ask. There are a lot. It's hard to tell. Shenzong's answer was simple, but that was enough. He was confused not because he had not gained anything, but because he had gained too much. It was hard to tell at the moment. It was indeed so. On the path of swords, countless images appeared. As he walked, they became clearer and clearer. Every image was a future. Most of the true disciples entered the Reflection Sword Jade Annulus and saw their own futures. There were usually 1 to 3 images. Each image represented a possibility of the future, a goal and direction to move forward. The best ones were 5 images. Then there would be 6 or 7. There would not be more than 10. 10 images, 10 futures. They were free to choose. But the images Chunzong saw on the Path of Swords were more than 10. There were more than 100. There were too many, and every one of them was unfathomable. It was precisely because of this that Chunzong was momentarily unable to determine which one was his future. There were too many. It represented a shocking potential, but at the same time, it also represented a complexity that made it difficult to choose. Choose one, or choose many. This was the reason Chunzong was confused. It was not what other people thought. There was no gain. His potential had been overdrawn. There was no future. Su Wan's voice seemed to carry a trace of gentle and mysterious power. It entered Chunzong's ears. Don't be confused. Follow your heart's guidance and choice. Chunzong was slightly stunned, and it was as if he was cleansed by a clear spring. His confusion was instantly washed away, and he came to a sudden understanding. There was no need to think so much. Follow your heart. From the past until now, hadn't he always been following his heart in the path of cultivation? 1 image, 10 images, 100 images, or even hundreds or thousands of images. So what? Could it be that he could only choose one? Could it be that he could not choose many? Could it be that he could not choose all of them? Could it be that those images really represented his future? No, the future was in his hands, in his sword, and under his feet. Those were only for reference. If he really treated the images shown on the reflecting sword jade disc as his future, he would be unknowingly bound. Perhaps he could not feel it now, but in the future, when he became stronger and stronger and reached the level of the images in the future, he would feel it. In an instant, countless thoughts appeared in Chunzong's mind. It was as if layers of fog had been removed. He could see his nature clearly. How could a mere reflecting sword jade Annulus be able to decide his future? If he could, he would not have stayed in the Yuan sect. After all, wealth moved people's hearts. If one did not have enough strength, it would be impossible to keep a powerful treasure. It would have been forcefully taken away by those stronger forces. No matter how well the Yuan sect kept it a secret, after many years, it would be known. But now, the reflecting sword jade disc was still here. This meant that it was not wanted by those cosmic realm forces. Perhaps they had something better. It could be used as a reference, but it was not everything. In an instant, Chunzong's mind was completely clear, because he was no longer at a loss. This time, he had comprehended the reflecting sword jade disc and glimpsed some of the so-called future. It could be used as a guide and reference. It was indeed beneficial. Suwan felt that Chunzong's aura had changed. It had changed from being at a loss to being clear and resolute. It was also filled with an indescribable sharpness. It was as if he was even more determined than before. Suwan could not help but be amazed. She was very surprised. She valued Chunzong even more in her heart. Bai Mei came to find him. "Let's fight." Bai Mei, who had a small face, had a serious expression. Her body was filled with a tyrannical aura. She challenged Chunzong to a battle. As soon as her voice fell, she did not wait for Chunzong to answer. She stomped her feet, and the ground beneath her shook. A tyrannical force pushed her body. In an instant, she rushed over 100 meters. She raised her small snow-white fist and suddenly punched out. That punch was covered with a layer of tyrannical white halo. It was the combination of the tyrannical power cultivated by the Yuan Gong cultivation method and the Dao will that Bai Mei herself had comprehended. Her Dao will had also reached the peak of 100%. This punch seemed very small, but contained an incomparably majestic and tyrannical power. It was extremely violent. It was like a meteor that came crashing down. Layers of ripples appeared in the void under the fist. It turned into a raging wave that overflowed in all directions. "I knew it would be like this." Li Wenhe slapped his head and smiled bitterly. Eldest senior sister was like this. Once she said something, she would not wait for others to agree or disagree. She would immediately attack. However, Brother Chin was not weak. He should be able to block it. He only hoped that eldest senior sister would retain some rationality when she went crazy. Li Wenhe did not know that the sword of no return had also been defeated by Chunzong's sword. Bai Mei's fist came crashing down in a violent and unreasonable manner. It was as if her small, jade-like fist could shatter all obstacles in front of it. The tyrannical punch seemed to be able to shatter Chunzong's body. However, there was no murderous intent. This was a competition, not a fight to the death. Although it was not a fight to the death, if Chunzong could not block this punch, he would be seriously injured. Chunzong's expression did not change. He was not moved by Mei's violent punch. In fact, this punch was indeed very strong. If it had been before he came to the Yuan sect, he would have had to use all his strength to block it. However, now, even he did not know what the limit of his combat strength was. He unsheathed his sword. This was a form of respect for his opponent. Bai Mei was not an enemy. The violet thunder sword was instantly unsheathed. However, Chunzong did not integrate the heart sword essence into it. The moment the sword was unsheathed, it turned into a purple thunderbolt and pierced through the sky. Rumble. The thunderous sound of the sword, Qi roared and shook in all directions. Its power was extremely shocking and terrifying. Just this one slash was enough to display an unparalleled and shocking power. Bai Mei's eyes were filled with fanaticism. White light filled the air. Her aura seemed to become more and more tyrannical. When the fist and the sword collided, they shook and then exploded. It was as if the surrounding void was being torn apart. Of course, the space of a high-grade star was extremely strong. Even if an eminent god expert attacked, it would be difficult to tear the void apart, let alone two demigod experts. Li Wenhe's face was full of shock. Brother Chun was too strong. He could actually meet eldest senior sister head-on. That was eldest senior sister's specialty. Boom! Bai Mei threw out another punch, followed by a third, fourth, and fifth punch. Both of his fists blasted out at a shocking speed, transforming into fist shadows that filled the sky, filling up the area in front of him. It was as though he wanted to devour Chunzong, wanting to smash him into smithereens. Chunzong's figure could not be seen. It was as if he was really devoured. Chapter 1998. On Father's Day, he was full of Father's Day. The roar was overflowing, the sound waves impacted, and the terrifying power wreaked havoc in all directions. Li Wenhe retreated further and further to avoid being affected. His slightly chubby face and squinted eyes were full of shock. Brother Chun is so strong. Li Wenhe tried hard to widen his small eyes and was secretly shocked. It was amazing that he could fight with the grand senior sister to this extent. One had to know that they had already exchanged hundreds of blows since the start of the battle. It was obvious that eldest senior sister was not holding back. Li Wenhe was very familiar with the grand senior sister by Mei's temperament. She looked small, like a little girl, but that was just a deceptive appearance. She was very aggressive and violent. Once the battle started, her fighting spirit would become stronger and the power of her attacks would gradually increase. It was simply terrifying. Unless one could defeat her with an overwhelming advantage, it would become a protracted battle. Bai Mei's endurance and perseverance were too amazing. She would never fall unless she was completely defeated. This was also the reason why Li Wenhe was unwilling to fight with Bai Mei. Of course, it was also because Li Wenhe's strength was not as good as Bai Mei. Among the Yuan sect's true disciples, the strongest was the Sword of No Return, the first true disciple of the Sword Palace. However, since he fought with Bai Mei once, he was unwilling to fight with her again. After all, he was only slightly stronger than Bai Mei and did not have an overwhelming advantage. Therefore, fighting with someone like Bai Mei was really a troublesome thing. However, Chunzong did not feel distressed. Bai Mei was not an enemy. On the other hand, Chunzong also intended to peek into the Yuan sect's martial arts from Bai Mei's martial arts. Therefore, he did not use the power of the heart sword intent. His own strength was at the same level as Bai Mei's. He only used the violet thunder sword and exquisite sword techniques to fight against her. Bai Mei was tenacious, and so was Chunzong. They were essentially the same. In terms of tenacity and perseverance, Chunzong surpassed countless people. As long as he was not defeated immediately, he would not fall. Therefore, this battle seemed to be evenly matched. After hundreds of moves, a terrifying aura exploded, as if it could shatter everything. It was terrifying to the extreme. However, the surroundings were still intact. The materials here were extremely tough. Only those at the spirit realm could destroy them. Even the powerful demigod realm experts couldn't do that. 10,000 mammoth thunder, shouted by Mei. Her voice was crisp and clear, but it contained an extremely terrifying momentum and power. She threw a punch at him in an instant. The moment he punched out, his entire body was filled with white fist force. It was as if he had turned into a giant fist that filled the world. It was as if a god had punched out, shattering the sky and shocking the earth. It's here, senior sister's strongest move. Li Wenhe tried his best to widen his eyes and stare. He saw that within the huge white fist energy, there seemed to be 10,000 beasts galloping. It also seemed like wind, thunder, rain, and lightning were wreaking havoc. Everything was evolving. This punch was the essence of Bai Mei's martial arts. It was unknown how many people had fallen under Bai Mei's fist. Would Chunzong be the next? Good. Chunzong's eyes couldn't help but light up. This punch made Chunzong immediately know that it was the essence of Bai Mei's martial arts. The purple thunder sword was held horizontally. Lightning flashed, and suddenly it slashed out horizontally. It seemed slow, but in fact it was extremely fast. It let out an extremely shocking roar that resounded through the world, as if it could shatter the 9 heavens. The Sword of Heart Refining. The Sword of Heart Refinement was a sword that existed in one's heart. It could be unleashed without a sound, and it could also create an extremely shocking momentum. The Purple Thunder Sword was a divine weapon of the thunder attribute. It contained a strong power of thunder and lightning. It was most suitable for the superb technique of Sword Chi Thunder. When the Sword of Heart Refining was used, its power would be pushed to the extreme. Slash. The purple sword light was like a purple thunderbolt that cut across the sky. It was extremely condensed and extremely violent. In an instant, it was like a purple arc that swept across the sky, as if it was dividing the sky and the earth. In that instant, the purple lightning and Bai Mei's fist collided. There was a slight pause, and the world around them seemed to fall into a deathly silence. Li Wenhe felt that he could not hear anything. Even the world before him seemed to have lost all color. The next moment, an extremely terrifying and sharp sound exploded, as if it was about to be torn apart. Li Wenhe screamed like a little girl that was being ravaged by a big man. He hurriedly burst out with his fastest speed, retreating at a speed that didn't match his somewhat fat body. At that moment, he felt that the void at the point of collision was about to shatter. Of course, it wasn't really shattering. It was just an illusion that appeared because the power of the collision was too strong. It was very shocking. The space of a high-level star was extremely strong, far stronger than that of the Tianyuan sacred region. Once it was shattered, even if it was only a trace, it would be more powerful than the power of a 1,000-meter crack in the Tianyuan sacred region. In an instant, the white fist radiance was torn apart by the purple sword light. The purple sword light carried an extremely terrifying power and directly bombarded by Mei. A layer of white light flickered and blocked the purple sword light, but she was knocked back hundreds of meters. A long mark was left in the void, which didn't disappear for a long time. Blood trickled from the corner of Bai Mei's mouth. The power of the sword had injured her. However, Bai Mei didn't pay any attention to it. Her eyes became more and more fanatical. It was hard to imagine that a little girl who looked like she was in her early teens could have such an amazing fighting spirit and fanatical look in her eyes. It gave people a feeling that they didn't match. However, Chunzong sheathed his sword and didn't want to continue fighting. This was because although Bai Mei was strong, she was no match for him. He simply couldn't fight to his heart's content. That was the end. As his sword was sheathed, Chunzong's aura was completely withdrawn. Li Wenhe surprisingly found that Bai Mei's personality seemed to have changed. She didn't attack again. What a surprise. In fact, it wasn't that Bai Mei didn't want to attack, but as Chunzong sheathed his sword and withdrew his aura, it seemed that his fighting spirit had completely disappeared. For a moment, Bai Mei actually felt powerless. Bai Mei had no choice but to stop. It was a kind of profound aura attraction. You're strong. Bai Mei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. This kind of injury was nothing to her. Her eyes sparkled with a sharp light. Senior sister, why don't we invite Brother Chun to explore the desolate dragon star with us? Li Wenhe suggested. Desolate dragon star? Chunzong didn't understand. Brother Chun, our Yuan sect is very strong. We are in charge of the Yuan star system. However, there are countless big and small stars in the Yuan star system. According to the statistics, there are tens of thousands of stars. There are even more stars that haven't been recorded yet. Li Wenhe explained. A star system was so big that there were countless stars. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that there were as many stars as there were hairs on an ox? However, there weren't that many stars that had been discovered. They only occupied a small part of the whole star system. Therefore, if there were tens of thousands of stars in the entire star system, it referred to the ones that had been recorded or even discovered. There were still many stars that hadn't been discovered. Some of them were in remote locations that were hard to find. Even spirit realm warriors had to spend a lot of time to find them. In a star system like the Yuan sect, there were spirit realm warriors who were responsible for finding new stars. Once they found them, it would be a great contribution. If a disciple could find them, the contribution would also be amazing. The spirit realm warriors would identify the stars they found, record them, and give them to the disciples of the Yuan sect to explore. It was a kind of experience for the disciples. At the same time, it would also help the Yuan sect develop more resources. It was like killing two birds with one stone. The Desolate Dragon Star was a medium-sized star that was located at the edge of the Yuan star system. It was almost bordering another star system. It was suitable for demigod realm warriors to explore and explore. Bai Mei, Li Wenhe, and the others planned to form a team and go to the Desolate Dragon Star to explore it. Firstly, they could earn contribution points from the sect. Secondly, they could find some useful resources on the Desolate Dragon Star that could help them advance further. Thirdly, they could train themselves through battles, preparing to break through to the spirit realm in the future. After listening to Li Wenhe's introduction, Chunzong was very interested in the exploration of the Desolate Dragon Star. Brother Chun, have you entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court? Li Wenhe asked. Yes, I have. Shenzong nodded. Good. I will post a mission in the Nine Heavens ring and ask you to take it. Li Wenhe smiled. Then, you can earn 9 Heavens point from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Okay. Shenzong certainly wouldn't refuse such a good thing. Was it to earn points? Yes, it was. However, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court also had a strict system. The amount of 9 Heavens points will be determined according to the difficulty of the mission. It wasn't something that one could decide. Of course, the rewards of other missions depended on the individual. This mission could also be assigned. Soon, Shenzong reported his 9 Heavens ring number and added Li Wenhe's and Bai Mei's numbers. These two were the peerless geniuses of the Yi Yuan sect. It was normal for them to pass the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's test. Moreover, they were at the 3rd layer of the clear jade sky, which was 1 level higher than Shenzong. Shenzong accepted the mission. This mission didn't have a big reward. It was just a basic reward of 100 void coins. Every mission had to have a reward. It didn't matter if it was more or less. 100 void coins was just to form a mission. The main purpose was to earn 9 Heavens points. Exploring the desolate Dragon Star would earn 109 Heavens points, which was not bad. Brother Chun, do you need to prepare anything? Li Wenhe asked. No. Shenzong said that he didn't need to prepare anything. He could set off at any time. Then they set off. However, before they set off, Shenzong still told Suwan, if we have the Great Void Gate of the Void Temple, we can reach the desolate Dragon Star directly from the Yi Yuan sect. We don't need to take a void ship like now. On the void ship of the Yi Yuan sect, Li Wenhe couldn't help but sigh. Shenzong felt a storm in his heart. The Void Temple. If he hadn't heard wrongly, Li Wenhe had said the words Void Shrine. Chapter 1999. Little Rice Dumpling's hope of returning to Tianyuan lies in the Void Temple. The Void Temple. There was a Void Temple in Tianyuan's sacred domain, and there were void gates built by the Void Temple in all 9 realms. Now, Shenzong actually heard the name of the Void Sacred Hall and the Great Void Gate in the Void. What was the relationship between the Great Void Gate and the Void Gate? Hearing Li Wenhe's explanation, Shenzong gradually understood, and his heart was filled with a trace of passion. He had been thinking about how to return to Tianyuan's sacred domain one day. After all, he had been taken away by the Void Beast Black Serpent, and he did not know where it had gone or how far it was from Tianyuan's sacred domain. Later, he had been drifting in the void and had been taken in by the Lin family's heavy vanguard. He had also not known where it was or how far it was. Everything was unknown, and the void was so vast and boundless. Even an experienced helmsman might get lost if he didn't have a nautical chart or a route on a ship sailing on the vast ocean. The void compared to the sea was like the moon compared to a firefly. The difference was immeasurable. In the void, if one did not know the route, a slight deviation in the trajectory would make the final difference impossible to calculate. A slight mistake could lead to a great error. Therefore, it was impossible for him to return to Tianyuan sacred domain without knowing the specific direction. But the Void Temple could do it. After all, there was the Void Temple in the Void, and there was also the Void Temple in Tianyuan sacred domain. Were the two of them one? Shenzong did not know. Even after hearing Li Wenhe's explanation, he was not sure. After all, the Void Temple in Tianyuan's sacred domain had always been neutral and mysterious, but it was located in Tianyuan sacred domain. But the Void Temple in the Void was a large sect of the star sector level. The difference between the two seemed so big that Shenzong did not dare to think about it. However, it left a trace of hope in Shenzong's heart, like a seed. The Void Temple could set up the Great Void Gate and the Void Gate. That was their specialty. However, it was very difficult to ask the Empty Space Temple to set up the Empty Space Gate. It was a pity that the Yi Yuan sect did not have the ability to do so. Even some middle and high-level cosmic system state forces didn't necessarily have a Void Gate, much less a Greater Void Gate. He had no choice but to obediently sit on the Void ship. Fortunately, the spaceship was of a high level. It could travel through space. Otherwise, it would have taken many years to travel from Yuan planet to desolate Dragon planet. A few days later, The spaceship set off for void travel. Another day passed, and the spaceship activated void travel again. After repeating this process many times, they finally crossed the distance that would have taken many years to cross and approached the desolate dragon star. According to the star chart, we will arrive at the desolate dragon star in about 5 days. Li Wenhe smiled. On the spaceship, in addition to Bai Mei, Li Wenhe, and Chun Zong, there was also a group of pro-disciples from Yuan Palace and hundreds of intersect disciples. There were 3 palaces in the Yuan sect. There were more than 10 pro-disciples in each palace, but less than 50. Of course, compared to the tens of thousands of intersect disciples and over 100,000 outer sect disciples, the number of successor disciples that only added up to 100 seemed very small. Pro-disciples. What was a pro-disciple? They were prodigies who could truly inherit the legacy of a sect and represent the sect. There was a saying among the Void Forces. If one didn't become a pro-disciple, he would never represent the face of the Force. Other than the pro-disciples from Yuan Palace, there were also pro-disciples from Sword Palace and Mysterious Palace. The Desolate Dragon Star was a new star that had been discovered not long ago. It had great development value. If they went out now, they would gain more benefits. On the spaceship, other than Li Wenhe, who tended to be talkative, the others focused on cultivating. Of course, although Li Wenhe was talkative, he didn't stop cultivating. He just talked more when he was cultivating. Shenzong naturally learned more secrets through Li Wenhe. Standing on the deck and looking ahead, there was a huge yellow planet that was rotating slowly. It gave off a desolate and ancient feeling. The Desolate Dragon Star, a middle-grade star. The Spirit Realm experts on the Desolate Dragon Star have been cleared out. Only the experts under the Spirit Realm are left. As long as we are careful enough, we will be fine, Li Wenhe smiled. The Desolate Dragon Star was a middle-grade star. Of course, it would have Spirit Realm experts, whether they were human or not. The Yuan sect had the means to develop the Desolate Dragon Star and build a base there. At the same time, they wanted to train the pro-disciples of the sect. Of course, they had to clear out the Spirit Realm experts on the star first to reduce their worries. As for the experts under the Spirit Realm, the pro-disciples would deal with them. Perhaps they would lose their lives. However, the void was never a backyard. It was a dangerous place. If one didn't have enough power, he should just stay at home and be an ordinary person. To cultivate, he had to face all kinds of dangers and strong enemies. Especially for the disciples of the stronger forces, the more dangers they had to face. The Yuan sect wasn't a charity or shelter. Without power, they would be eliminated. Pro-disciples. The sect provided them with resources and inheritance, and they also had to contribute to the sect. It was mutual. They would promote each other and strengthen each other. Their inheritance would last forever. The Desolate Dragon Star didn't have a great formation to protect it. However, there was a natural asteroid belt around the star. The spatial battleship directly flew in. All the meteors along the way were smashed to pieces by the spatial battleship, reduced to dust. The defensive layer of this void spaceship was terrifyingly strong. Normal Spirit Realm experts couldn't even shake it. Those asteroids weren't strong enough to resist. They directly opened a path, as if they could smash everything. Such power frightened Shenzong a lot. If he were the one who was hit by the void spaceship, his end would be much worse. Those asteroids were turned into powder in just a blink of an eye. Third Commander, the void spaceship is coming. On the Desolate Dragon Star, the vegetation was luxuriant. The trees were so tall that they could reach the sky. They were majestic, emitting a wild and majestic aura. Deep in the forest, there was a massive cave in the ground. A figure kept going deeper and deeper. Eventually, he knelt down on one knee dozens of meters away from a figure sitting on the highest seat. His voice was filled with surprise. Void spaceship. The figure sitting on the highest seat wasn't tall. It could even be said that he was a little short. At first, he was lazily leaning on the seat as if he was paralyzed. He looked like a dwarf lying on the dragon throne. However, when he heard the words spatial battleship, he suddenly sat up as if his buttocks were on fire. His short, dwarf-like body immediately radiated with an extremely shocking presence. Like a tyrannosaurus that had awakened, he radiated with extremely terrifying pulses. A storm swept out in all directions, destroying everything. Boom, boom, boom. That intimidating aura turned into a storm, rolling around the cave walls. It reverberated like a roaring hurricane or a roaring group of dragons. Did you see it clearly? The dwarf opened his eyes widely, emitting a terrifying light. His voice was sharp and low. Third Commander, I saw it clearly. It's a 1,000-meter-long void spaceship. It belongs to the Yuan sect. The one who knelt down on one knee immediately replied. Good, good, good. Continue to monitor it. The third commander was very happy. His eyes were emitting a cold light with hatred. The Yuan sect killed my brother. Now they have sent people to the desolate Dragon Star. It seems that they want to establish a base on the desolate Dragon Star. Good, good, very good. Since they are here, leave all of them here. Don't let any of them go. That spaceship belongs to us. Revenge for the great commander. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Revenge for the great commander. Third commander is wise and powerful. The entire cave was filled with voices of revenge and flattery. Remember, when the time comes, kill all the men. Leave the women alive. They will pay the price for what the Yuan sect has done. The dwarf third commander showed a ferocious smile. When he said the word women, there was a burning desire in his eyes. His words immediately attracted a group of people. For a group of males who hadn't smelled women for a long time, it was very attractive. The void spaceship of the Yuan sect began to decelerate. It slowly landed on a flat ground on the desolate Dragon Star. There were some weeds on the ground. As the void spaceship landed, the weeds all bent down. The shocking air pressure turned into gusts of wild wind, blowing dust and smoke everywhere. With a boom, the ground shook. The void spaceship landed completely. After the void spaceship stabilized, the protective shield disappeared. Then, many people flew out from the spaceship and floated in the air dozens of meters above the ground. Their auras fluctuated with different strengths. There were more than 20 direct disciples of the Yuan sect. Chunzong was among them. However, in comparison, Chunzong didn't release any aura fluctuation. The desolate Dragon Star. This was the middle-rank star, the desolate Dragon Star. The essence of the world here was not as rich as that of the Yuan star. However, it seemed to be better than that of the Sword Ring star. Moreover, this place was filled with a sense of desolation, as if it had existed for many, many years. At first glance, one could see the lush trees growing. Each of them was more than 1,000 meters tall. It was very shocking. Some of them were even thousands of meters tall. The roar seemed to come from afar. It spread with the wind and contained a kind of violent aura. The desolate Dragon Star is inhabited by desolate dragons. If we want to build a station here, we need to choose a suitable place first. Then, we need to clean up the surroundings to ensure that the station can be built successfully. The direct disciples were here to clean up the surrounding threats. The hundreds of inner disciples were here to build the station. It was very dangerous. Therefore, it was all voluntary. The contribution points of the sect were very generous. Simply speaking, it was like exchanging one's life for contribution points. Because to the desolate dragons, they were trespassers. The way any living creature would treat an intruder was to kill. Completely kill. Chapter 2000. Third update. Among the hundreds of people who had come to desolate Dragon Star, there was one who was in charge of surveying the earth veins. According to the trend of the earth veins, they had chosen a suitable location to build a base. The cultivation of the Gaijin dragon seeking technique required a corresponding genius. Therefore, there were not many people who had mastered the Gaijin dragon seeking technique in the entire Yuan sect. There were only a few dozen people who had mastered the Gaijin dragon seeking technique. Their cultivation was not very high, and their combat ability was not very strong, but their status in a Yuan sect was very special. The one who was cultivating the earth vein searching dragon technique was a demigod disciple. In terms of level, he was only an inner disciple. Only demigods who had condensed all 3 flowers were qualified to apply for the test and become a true disciple. Those who had only condensed 1 or 2 flowers were not qualified to apply for the test. Survival of the fittest. The Ewan sect was so powerful, but there were only a little more than 100 true disciples. Of course, this did not mean that there were only 100 demigod disciples in the Ewan sect. There were thousands who were still alive. Those who could not pass the test would either stay in the inner sect because they were not very old, or leave the inner sect because they were too old. They would become deacons or other positions to contribute to the growth of the Ewan sect. Among thousands of demigod disciples, only a little more than 100 could become true disciples. This showed how precious true disciples were. But now, this young man named Heilong had the same status as a true disciple with a demigod cultivation base. This showed how amazing the earth vein searching dragon technique was. Heilong held the dragon-seeking compass and performed the earth vein searching dragon technique. Wisps of mysterious aura filled the surroundings. On the compass, there was a small, glowing dragon shadow swimming around. After looking at it for a while, Chunzong felt that it was very strange, but he could not see anything. Different professions were worlds apart. The gap between the earth vein searching dragon technique and the sword Dao was too big. Although Chunzong was curious, he did not want to practice it. The sword Dao alone was enough for him to spend his whole life. He could learn from other things to enrich his understanding of the sword Dao, but he could not indulge in it. A group of true inheritors continued to guard Zhao Long as they continued to search for the so-called suitable location. However, someone was secretly watching them. As for the inner disciples who were in charge of construction, they returned to the spatial battleship first. With the spatial battleship's protection, even soul ascension cultivators would be unable to do anything to them. Otherwise, with hundreds of people moving together, the movement would be too big, and it would be hard to avoid attracting the attacks of the dragons. Desolation dragons were not simple. Walking and stopping, they spent most of the day just like that, but they still hadn't gotten very far from the spatial battleship. The summoned dragon stopped once more, and the tiny dragon of light on the compass paused slightly. It raised its head and pointed forward. Huanlong was overjoyed. Senior brothers and sisters, I think I found a suitable location. Huanlong couldn't help but feel delighted. Everyone was overjoyed. They continued to move forward, but the oppressive aura in the air was getting more and more intense. That aura was exactly the same as the aura of the desolate dragon star, but it was much thicker. The desolate aura was even more intense, and it contained an indescribable wildness. Soon after, berserk and desolate roars continuously sounded out, coming along with the wind. It's the voice of a desolate dragon. Could it be the desolate dragon lair ahead? A portion of them couldn't help but have a solemn expression. However, some of them didn't think so. Although the desolate dragons aren't ordinary, we're all direct disciples. Why should we be afraid of them? A direct disciple of the Sword Palace arched his eyebrows with disdain. Before they came here, they all knew that the desolate dragons were the overlords of the desolate dragon star. It could be said that the desolate dragon star was named after them. Among all the living beings on the star, the desolate dragon clan was the most powerful. It was a very powerful clan. According to the records, an adult desolate dragon had the fighting capacity of the demigod realm. The more powerful ones could even sweep across the demigod realm, and some of them could even reach the spirit realm. They were the desolate dragon gods. However, the desolate dragon gods in this area had all been killed or expelled. There were no more spirit realm desolate dragons in this area. Whether they were cautious or disdainful, they began to move more carefully. They also restrained their auras. The wild aura in the air was getting thicker. The roars from time to time became louder and louder. Finally, Chunzong saw a valley. He crouched on top of the valley and looked down. He saw many huge and strong silhouettes running across the valley. Those silhouettes were all earthy yellow in color. They had thick feet, but their arms were relatively short and thin. They walked on 2 feet like humans, and a long tail swept across, creating a whistling sound. Desolate Dragon. They were the overlords of the Desolate Dragon Star, the Desolate Dragon. Roughly looking, there were at least several hundred desolate dragons in the valley. The smallest one was 3 meters tall, while the bigger ones were more than 10 meters tall. The auras emitted from the desolate dragons with different heights were different. However, the aura of the 3-meter-tall desolate dragon wasn't strong. It was only at the demigod realm. As for the desolate dragons that were more than 10 meters tall, their auras were at the demigod realm. Among the several hundred desolate dragons in the valley, there were more than 100 that were more than 10 meters tall. Among them, there were more than 10 desolate dragons that were more than 15 meters tall. They were crouching on the ground. While they were breathing, their bodies were moving up and down. Their auras seemed to be restrained, which made people feel oppressed. Very strong. They were at least at the second level of the demigod grade. In addition, there were more than 10 stone caves around the valley. Vaguely, strong auras were emitted from those stone caves. Everyone's expression turned solemn. Even the people who had disdainful expressions before were the same. There were 23 true disciples who came this time. Including Chunzong, there were 24 of them. Only 10 of them were at the second level of the demigod grade. The remaining 14 were at the first level of the demigod grade. Yinglong was not good at fighting, so he could not be counted as a fighting force. Once a battle with the desolate dragon broke out, Yinglong would not be of much help. Bai Mei's eyes were filled with an unparalleled fighting spirit. She clenched her fists tightly. The battle lust in her blood seemed to have been stimulated. Yinglong, are you sure this is the best place to build a stronghold? Li Wenhe asked seriously. At this critical moment, he still looked serious. Senior Brother Li, I promise in the name of the dragon-seeking bloodline that there may be better places on the desolate dragon star. However, this is the best place I can find, Yinglong said with a solemn face. His ability was limited after all. This was the best he could do. Of course, if they continued to search and spent more time, they might be able to find a better place. However, that was not in line with their original plan. In that case, they would choose this place first. In the future, if they could find a better place, they could move again. Then, what they needed to do now was to drive away this group of desolate dragons. A battle was inevitable. Everyone, get ready to fight. I've been wanting to kill for a long time. Let's do it. Although the number of desolate dragons was beyond their expectations, and they were strong, they were not afraid. Instead, they were eager to fight. As the true disciples of a nebula-level sex, each of them had been through blood and fire. How could they be afraid? For them, the desolate dragons in front of them were just obstacles in their way. Be careful, Chunzong warned. His extraordinary perception allowed Chunzong to feel that the cave was faintly filled with traces of a tyrannical and shocking power, which made him feel fearful. If you're afraid, you can wait here. A true disciple of Sword Palace sneered. Chunzong had beaten fourth senior brother to the point of vomiting blood in Sword Palace. This had already caused dissatisfaction among the disciples of Sword Palace. In addition, Chunzong had occupied one of the slots in the reflecting sword Jade Annulus, but he came out with a blank face. Obviously, he had not gained anything. This news had already spread throughout Sword Palace. Dissatisfaction and disdain turned into hostility. They couldn't help but mock him. Xieyang, can your strength be compared to Brother Chun? Li Wenhe frowned and asked. Although Xieyang was also a second-stage demigod and was ranked 5th in Sword Palace, his strength was not as good as Bai Mei. Chunzong was able to fight Bai Mei head-on and even suppress her. It could be said that among the 20 or so people on this trip, Chunzong's battle strength should be the strongest. Moreover, Li Wenhe treated Chunzong as a friend. He would not allow others to oppose Chunzong. Xieyang snorted and did not answer Li Wenhe. In terms of strength, he was no match for Li Wenhe. However, the contempt in Xieyang's eyes was very obvious. This was because he felt that Chunzong had not gained anything from the reflecting sword Jade Annulus. His potential had been exhausted, and he had no future. At best, he could only be in the limelight for a while. Xieyang was different. He had already entered the reflecting sword Jade Annulus once. After a few years, he would definitely be able to surpass Chunzong. Some people took note of Chunzong's warning and thought about it. However, there were also some who did not take it seriously. However, Chunzong had no obligation to remind them. In the end, he was only here because of Li Wenhe and by Mei's invitation. Since he had decided to take action against Huang Long, he would not hesitate. Senior brothers, don't worry. I have a way to protect myself. His words relieved every one of their worries. Although his combat strength was not good, the dragon-seeking lineage did have some ways to protect themselves. Summoning Dragon activated the dragon-seeking compass, and the dragon's shadow circled around. Summoning Dragon's body gradually faded and disappeared in front of everyone. This method was very mysterious. Chunzong stared at it and carefully sensed it. Only then could he sense the breath of the summoned dragon. It was very restrained and motionless. With such means, it could protect itself. Then, let's kill. They split into 3 groups. The Yuan Palace was in the middle, while the Sword Palace and the Mysterious Palace were on the 2 wings. They quickly flew out and rushed down the valley. Their speed was extremely fast. He was as fast as lightning. As soon as they appeared, the lofty dragons reacted. Roar, roar, roar. The desolate and violent roar carried a bit of anger, as if it was angry at the invasion of others, but also seemed to be conveying some kind of message. Immediately after, those lofty dragons that were less than 10 meters in size rushed into the cave one after another. Those lofty dragons that were more than 10 meters in size stood up one after another and began to violently charge at everyone. Rumble. Chapter 2001, Part 1. More than 100 demigod-ranked dragons were more than 10 meters in size. Among them, more than 10 of them were more than 15 meters in size. Their incomparably strong legs trampled on the barren ground of the valley. It was as if war drums were beating, and the entire valley was shaking. There was a feeling that the valley was about to collapse. Berserk and desolate aura immediately diffused from every dragon's body and rushed forward. They were constantly wreaking havoc and colliding with each other. It was as if a mountain flood had erupted, as if huge waves were crashing down. In an instant, there was a terrifying feeling that everything was about to be destroyed. Facing the charge of more than 100 powerful dragons, everyone felt as if they had returned to the barbaric era, eating raw meat and drinking blood, facing huge beasts. Kill. The group of Sword Palace's true disciples were led by Xie Yang. They shouted and unsheathed their swords. The sword lights suddenly flashed and burst out with extremely sharp, killing intent. The formless sword chi rippled and tore apart everything in the surroundings. It turned into a crescent moon that streaked across the hard ground and went straight for the dragons. The other group of Sword Palace's true disciples also unsheathed their swords and uniformly slashed their sword chi. The sword chi streaked across the sky and formed a row, as if it could tear apart everything. The momentum formed by the charge of more than 100 dragons was greater than a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. It was extremely shocking. In front of it, they felt that they would be crushed in an instant and then be destroyed and turned into powder. Everyone felt this shocking pressure. However, only Bai Mei and Chunzong could completely withstand it. The others had a dignified expression and felt that it was somewhat difficult. Roar, roar, roar. More than 10-15 meters long dragons were charging at the forefront. Their strength was equivalent to the second level of demigod rank. Astonishing roars rang out, and immediately after, circles of dark yellow ripples exploded from the enormous and powerful bodies of the dozen or so lofty dragons, transforming into ripples that spread out with an earth-shattering might. In just an instant, it covered an area of several thousand meters in radius. Everyone was hit by the dark yellow ripples. Immediately, they felt their bodies sink, as if their weight had increased by more than 10 times. It was as if there was an invisible gravity pressing down on their bodies, constantly binding them. This was the divine ability of the dragons. Only those dragons that had reached 15 meters in size could use it. It was considered a minor divine ability. Heavy ring of lofty dragon. Once one was affected by the lofty dragon heavy rings, unless one rushed out of the area it covered, they could only rely on their own strength to withstand it. Erupt. Everyone burst forth with even more power at the cost of increasing their energy consumption to resist the suppression of the lofty dragon heavy rings. For a Tier 2 demigod, it was possible, but for a Tier 1 demigod, it would be a little difficult. Only now did Xieyang understand how laughable it was for him to look down on the lofty dragons. That was because the waning moon sword chi he slashed out was directly shattered when it hit a 15-meter-tall lofty dragon. Only a white mark appeared on the desolation dragon's thick, dark yellow skin, and it quickly disappeared. Even though that strike was not his strongest strike, its power was not ordinary either. Yet, it was actually unable to do anything to that desolation dragon. It could not even break through its defense. Boom! Bai Mei's fist was glowing with white light. Her fist power was like a dragon, emitting an astonishing roar that reverberated in all directions. It was incomparably ferocious and unstoppable. Her fist was extremely ferocious, like a meteor piercing through the sky, bombarding the head of a 15-meter-tall lofty dragon. With a dong sound, it was like a giant hammer hitting a drum, emitting an incomparably oppressive sound. An astonishing power burst out in an instant. Bai Mei's fighting strength was not something an ordinary Tier 2 demigod could compare with. Even though the lofty dragon's physique was innately tyrannical, and its defense was incomparably strong, it was still not a match for her. The lofty dragon's head was thrown back, completely out of control. The powerful impact caused its huge body to stop, as if it was about to be thrown back. One could see a small fist imprint appearing at the place where Bai Mei's fist struck. The inside of the imprint was about 3 inches deep. When Qinzong saw it, he couldn't help but feel astonished. He had personally experienced how powerful Bai Mei's fist was. He knew very well that the lofty dragon could actually block it without having its head blown off. It was indeed very astonishing. However, after receiving Bai Mei's punch, the lofty dragon felt very uncomfortable. Its entire head was dizzy. Whatever it looked at, it was dizzy. It was seeing stars. It was not sober at all. It staggered and shook its head. It looked like a drunk man. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Mei once again sent out a punch. The power contained in this punch was several times more tyrannical. Very accurately, it once again hit the place where the fist imprint was. With a dong sound, the lofty dragon's swaying body stopped and then fell to one side. The fist imprint deepened by a few inches. The extremely terrifying power seemed to have shattered the lofty dragon's brain. If one were to open the brain, they would discover that the inside of the brain had already turned into paste. However, the other true disciples of the Yuan sect were not as strong as Bai Mei. The Tier 2 true disciples could only fight against the 15-meter-long lofty dragon and had a slight upper hand. As for the Tier 1 true disciples, they could only deal with the 10-meter-long lofty dragon. 24 people against more than 100 lofty dragons. The disparity in numbers was simply too great. It was impossible to end the battle in a short period of time. Furthermore, because of the lofty dragon's heavy ring, the suppression on everyone was very obvious. Especially the Tier 1 demigod-ranked disciples, they simply couldn't kill the lofty dragon and could only barely hold on. However, if this situation continued for a long time, they would consume too much of their strength. They might lose or even die. Xieyang's complexion was slightly pale. He was fighting against a 15-meter-long lofty dragon by himself. He displayed a tyrannical sword art, which was like a gust of wind, unceasingly attacking. Every sword strike was able to hit the lofty dragon. However, this sword art was unable to kill the lofty dragon. At most, it could only break open its tough skin and leave sword scars. This kind of injury didn't seem to have much effect on a lofty dragon. It could only be considered as a flesh wound. And when the sword chi invaded its body, it was also resisted by the lofty dragon's tyrannical strength. How could he fight? Xieyang's heart was shocked. This was the first time he faced a lofty dragon. Previously, he had read the information of Yuan's sect, which explained how powerful the lofty dragon was. However, due to his status and strength, it was inevitable for him to be somewhat arrogant and belittled. Only now did he know that it was not excessive to take it seriously. With a blood-curdling scream, a true disciple of Sword Palace was bombarded by the lofty dragon's tail and was sent flying. He instantly vomited blood and turned into a rolling gourd. However, he was not dead yet. He hurriedly took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it into his mouth. However, a lofty dragon rushed over and lifted its huge foot and suddenly stomped down. It was as if the sky had collapsed. A shadow shrouded the true disciple of Sword Palace, making him unable to dodge or resist. With a loud bang, the true disciple of Sword Palace was stomped to pieces and turned into a meat paste. This scene suddenly fell into everyone's perception. They were all secretly shocked. At this point, they truly realized that although the reward of this mission was very generous, it was also full of danger. Even as a true disciple, they might die. It was very realistic. A true disciple died in front of them. Moreover, his body was directly turned into a meat paste. It was extremely miserable. As a true disciple, they were outstanding in all aspects. Usually, when they went out to perform missions, they rarely died. Their talent was also extremely high. In the entire galaxy, they were among the best. At least, they were not inferior to the top 100 of the divine list. Kill. Everyone seemed to be enraged, but they still maintained a certain level of rationality. Among them, the most relaxed one was actually Chunzong, because Chunzong's strength was much stronger than Bai Mei's. He did not use the Heart Sword essence. He only used the Violet Thunder Sword to fight against the lofty dragon. As the sword slashed, the sword chi thundered. Its power was extremely strong. The sword move under the sword chi thunders would be more explosive than when it was silent. It was most suitable to deal with a lofty dragon that was too big to dodge. The Violet Thunder Sword was a divine weapon. Together with Chunzong's Taichu sword essence, it directly tore a huge wound. Dark red blood with spots of yellow spots gurgled out. With just 2 slashes, Chunzong killed a 15-meter-long lofty dragon. His efficiency was not inferior to Bai Mei's. Of course, Chunzong did not use all of his strength. He was waiting. He had a feeling that the strong aura inside the cave had not appeared yet. It was an aura that could threaten him. He needed to save some of his energy to deal with it better in case something unexpected happened. Chunzong always believed in his intuition. 2 slashes and 1 dragon. When the first true disciple died, 3 15-meter-long lofty dragons had died under Chunzong's sword. His efficiency was even higher than Bai Mei's. The power of the Violet Thunder Sword combined with the power of the 9th level of the Taichu sword essence and Chunzong's superb sword art had a terrifying destructive power. The other 15-meter-long lofty dragons were fighting with other people. Chunzong didn't rob them. Instead, he attacked the 10-meter-long lofty dragons. Kill! 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 None of the lofty dragons could resist Chunzong's sword. It was as smooth and sharp as cutting vegetables. Soon, more than 10 lofty dragons died under Chunzong's sword. Their blood flowed like a river. The so-called Desolate Dragon Heavy Hoop's influence on Chunzong was actually negligible. Chunzong's physique was very, very strong. When more than half of the lofty dragons had been slaughtered, a vigorous and vigorous roar resounded from more than 10 caves. Then, more than 10 lofty dragons that were more than 15 meters long, even 17 or 18 meters long, rushed out to kill. Their power was extremely shocking. Those were the more powerful lofty dragons. They seemed to be sleeping before. According to the information, the sleeping lofty dragons needed a period of time to wake up. The stronger the lofty dragons were, the more it needed to be like this. Chunzong could feel that in the largest cave, the tyrannical aura was gradually increasing at an astonishing speed. Perhaps it would not be long before it truly awakened. At that time, it would be a tough battle. Indeed, this exploration mission wasn't easy. It was full of dangers. However, it was also a good chance for him to fight to his heart's content. More than 10 lofty dragons appeared. The threat they brought to people increased a lot. Except for Bai Mei and Chunzong, the others changed their faces. Without hesitation, they immediately gathered and cooperated with each other. They didn't want to kill the enemies. They only wanted to protect themselves. After all, under the lofty dragon-heavy ring, it wasn't easy to escape. Only Bai Mei and Chunzong could move freely. One fist and one sword, they were invincible. However, when more than 17 or 18 meters long lofty dragons appeared, Bai Mei fell into a tough battle. Chapter 2002. Second update. The purple gold sword light was extremely condensed. At the moment when it shone, the heaven and earth seemed to become dim. Only the purple gold sword light was eternal like thunder. That sword light emitted a vast and violent sound of thunder. It roared to the heaven and earth, shattering the void. That sword light was not so dazzling. However, it had an ancient charm, as if it was immortal and indestructible. That sword light directly filled the heaven and earth. It occupied the eyes and hearts of all the lofty dragons in the valley. It seemed that there was only one sword in the heaven and earth. One sword pierced the stars. Sword silk. Sword chi, thunderous sound. Void scar. Three great skills were all integrated into this sword. Sword silk made the sword aura of this sword more condensed. It could tear everything and pierce through everything. The thunderous sword chi caused the sword chi of this sword to become even more berserk and destructive. Void scar made the sword aura of this sword seem to have immortal characteristics. Once it was torn and pierced through, even if the lofty dragon had a strong body and amazing self-healing ability, it could not heal itself in a short period of time. Under this sword, the 18-meter lofty dragon's neck was immediately pierced through. An extremely terrifying sword aura erupted from within the wound. Like a tree sprouting, it quickly took root within the flesh. With lightning speed, it spread out. Very quickly, it covered the entire neck of the lofty dragon, and then spread to the rest of its body. However, the lofty dragon's body was extremely strong. Chunzong's sword aura was powerful, but could not cover the whole body. It only occupied 1/3 of the dragon's body. However, even though it was only 1/3, it was enough to severely wound the lofty dragon. The second sword was launched. One sword pierced the stars. That lofty dragon roared and cried out in grief. Its huge body fell to one side. With a boom, the ground shook unceasingly. Dust flew everywhere. Chunzong's figure was like a beam of light. He quickly passed by the lofty dragon that had fallen to the ground. His sword soared in the sky and attacked another lofty dragon. Under Bai Mei's continuous heavy punches, she also knocked down an 18-meter lofty dragon. However, that lofty dragon did not die. Its head was constantly hit, which was not light. It lost its ability to move for a short period of time and fell to the ground. From this point, one could see the gap between her and Chunzong. Li Wenhe and the other second-layer Demigod Realm warriors joined hands while the first-layer Demigod Realm warriors stayed in the middle to help each other. They could resist for a while, but they could barely resist. They could not kill the lofty dragons. If this situation continued, more casualties would appear after a while. After all, in terms of physique, the Desolation Dragon had more advantages. Its stamina was astonishing, and it had more advantages in a prolonged battle. The aura within the largest cave grew increasingly powerful. In particular, the waves surged violently and overflowed in all directions. It was as if layers upon layers of tidewater were continuously rushing out of the cave. In the air of the valley, there seemed to be layers of ripples surging out. It was incomparably heavy and made people feel oppressed. Kill! One after another, the lofty dragons were beheaded, and the threat and pressure that everyone was under was constantly weakening. Roar! An extremely frightening, earth-shattering roar immediately rang out from the largest cave. The sound waves surged and destroyed the entrance of the cave easily. The ground in front of the cave was plowed open in an incomparably violent manner, sweeping up a large amount of soil. It was like an earth dragon as it charged forward, extending for several thousand meters. This scene caused everyone's expression to change greatly. It was too frightening. These lofty dragons were already hard to resist. Except for Chunzong, even Bai Mei found it hard to resist. If more powerful lofty dragons came, how could they fight? Retreat. They could only retreat. Luckily, Chunzong's crazy killing had greatly reduced the pressure on them, which gave them a chance to retreat. However, just as everyone was retreating, a ring that was so dark yellow that it was almost black rushed out of the cave like an exploding star. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound reverberated through the heaven and earth, shaking all directions. The cave seemed to be bombarded by an invisible force. Countless cracks appeared instantly, and then it collapsed. The speed of the ring was extremely fast. In just an instant, it covered the entire valley. The people who were retreating were also affected, passing through their bodies. In an instant, it was as if there was an invisible force pressing down on them, as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on them. The shocking power made the first-tier demigod true disciple feel weak all over. He didn't have any ability to resist and fell to the ground in an instant. It was as if he was pressed to the ground by an invisible hand, unable to move. The second-tier demigod true disciple was in a better condition, but only slightly better. He didn't fall to the ground because he tried his best to resist. Under such circumstances, he couldn't move freely at all. Even crawling became very difficult. It was still okay if he didn't move. Once he moved, the pressure seemed to be even more shocking. Bai Mei's body seemed to be burning with a faint white aura. It was like a raging flame, supporting her petite body to stand under the heavy pressure. But now, she was only able to hold on. Bai Mei's expression was very serious. Her eyes were burning with an unyielding fighting spirit. Her potential seemed to be stimulated little by little under the heavy pressure. On the other side, Chunzong pulled out the violet thunder sword from the forehead of the last lofty dragon. The sword was shining with a purple light, without a trace of blood on it. It could be seen that Chunzong's movements were slower than before. Obviously, he was also affected by the heavy pressure. Roar. As if it was the last roar, the largest cave exploded into countless fist-sized rocks. They seemed to carry an extremely terrifying aura. In an instant, they streaked across the air and started to burn. Like a meteor shower, they flew toward Chunzong and Bai Mei. The power they carried was extremely terrifying. Then, a huge figure that seemed to be burning with dark golden flames appeared in front of Bai Mei and Chunzong. With a loud boom, the sound was so loud that it shook the heavens and the earth. The gigantic, dark golden figure that had spouted out of its body charged forward. Bai Mei used all of her strength to exhale and shout. Her entire body's strength burst out in an instant. In a split second, Bai Mei's entire body turned into a huge burning white fist, bombarding the sky. With an unparalleled power, it directly hit the huge figure burning with dark golden flames. Boom! After the figure paused for a while, Bai Mei flew back a few thousand meters at even faster speed. She landed next to Li Wenhe and the others. She couldn't stand up for a while. When the dust settled, everyone saw it clearly. Instantly, they widened their eyes in shock. What was that? It was a lofty dragon that was over 20 meters long. It was 21 meters long. A lofty dragon king. It was a lofty dragon king. There was a lofty dragon king among the lofty dragons living in this valley. According to the records of the sect, the lofty dragon king's body was at least 20 meters long. Its strength had reached the peak of the second stage of the demigod realm. Moreover, because of the lofty dragon's strength, their peak wasn't an ordinary peak of the second stage of the demigod realm. As a lofty dragon king, its innate minor divine ability, yellow dragon heavy ring, had reached the peak. It was at the level of the extreme realm profound. Together with the lofty dragon king's terrifying strength, once it was activated, its power would be astonishing. Just now, the lofty dragon heavy ring of the lofty dragon king had directly suppressed many people, making them unable to move. Bai Mei was also affected. Brother Chun run. Li Wenhe wanted to say something, but he couldn't. The pressure was too strong. The 21 meters tall lofty Dragon King's eyes were huge and cold. The light it emitted was extremely cold, emotionless, and full of anger. It could smell the aura of many dragons from this tiny insect in front of it. This little insect had killed many lofty dragons. Damn it! Roar. In just a moment, the lofty Dragon King opened its huge mouth and roared out an extremely terrifying sound wave. It was like the explosion of a star directly bombarding Chunzong. It wanted to shatter Chunzong. Facing this terrifying attack, Bai Mei, who had just struggled to get up, changed her expression. This kind of power, even if she was at her peak, she wouldn't be able to resist it. However, Chunzong's expression didn't change. There seemed to be a sharp light shooting out from the bottom of his eyes, as if there was a flame burning. This attack of the lofty Dragon King had ignited Chunzong's fighting spirit. His blood was boiling. Sword. Slash. In a flash, the violet thunder sword was slashed out. This sword was integrated with the power of the heart sword intent. It was even more tyrannical and shocking. The sword slashed out, as if it was tearing the sky apart. It was unstoppable and invincible. The shockingly powerful sound wave was actually split apart by Chunzong's sword. That extremely condensed sword light seemed to go against the flow, splitting apart all of the terrifying berserk sound wave and directly shot towards the desolate Dragon King's mouth. In just a moment, the shocking sword chi was about to slash into the lofty Dragon King's mouth. However, the lofty Dragon King closed its mouth immediately. The sword chi slashed into the lofty Dragon King's mouth and instantly shattered, leaving a sword mark. However, the sword mark wasn't deep. It was only a superficial wound. Chunzong was secretly surprised. If it weren't for the primordial sword spirit's characteristics, this sword wouldn't have been able to split the lofty Dragon King's mouth. What a shocking defense. With a boom, the lofty Dragon King's thick and long tail suddenly shook. It was like a giant whip whipping the sky, making a shocking explosion sound. In an instant, it exploded with a terrifying power that could destroy mountains. It fiercely blasted towards Chunzong. In the void, countless ripples swept out as if it was going to turn into a frenzy. With just this one attack, everyone could see how terrifying the power of the desolate Dragon King was. If it was on a low-level planet, this sweep of the tail was enough to shatter the void. A strong sense of danger almost broke Chunzong's consciousness. It was too tyrannical and too shocking. Once he was hit, Chunzong was sure that even with the protection of the Heart Seal treasure robe, he would definitely be severely injured. If he didn't have the protection of the Heart Seal treasure robe, his body would explode in an instant. There was no luck. Then, what he had to do was to not be hit. Chapter 2003. Taking advantage of the double monthly votes, you can still vote quickly. The wind was blowing, but it was accompanied by violent whistling sounds. The whistling sounds were extremely shocking, as if it could shake the heaven and the earth. The huge tail was burning with dark golden flames. In an instant, it bombarded Chunzong. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Chunzong felt a kind of fear, but he dodged it. His body flew up and landed lightly. The tip of his foot lightly touched the tail of the desolate Dragon King. His body floated in the air as if he had descended from the sky. The violet thunder sword slashed across the sky. Man and sword is one. Man and sword is one. Divine sword is one. In an instant, man and sword is one. There was no distinction between man and sword. Fast. It was so fast that it was like a meteor streaking across the sky. It was so fast that it was incomparably dazzling. It was not a unique skill, but its power and mystery were not inferior to a unique skill. It had the charm of a minor divine sword art. The jade disc of the reflection sword brought Chunzong a lot of benefits. Although Chunzong had seen the truth and was no longer obsessed with the images he had seen, those images had unknowingly influenced Chunzong's sword. This kind of influence was subtle and good. It was a kind of transformation of Chunzong's potential. Even if it was just an ordinary sword art, it could display a shocking power, which was not inferior to the first level of a minor divine sword art. Star Piercer. In an instant, the speed of the sword increased, and its power increased greatly. It crossed the sky at an astonishing speed and directly attacked the Desolate Dragon King, stabbing toward its left eye. The Desolate Dragon King's eye was definitely not as strong as its body. However, the Desolate Dragon King had been through hundreds of battles. Its battle experience was incomparably rich. Its strength was even more tyrannical. In an instant, it reacted. Its huge mouth suddenly opened, and its neck stretched out like a spring. Its crisscrossing sharp teeth glowed with red light. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by the extremely terrifying roar of thunder. That huge mouth ferociously bit toward Qinzong. With just one bite, it could swallow Qinzong and turn him into food. This scene made everyone who saw it feel a chill run down their spines. It was too terrifying. Qinzong was their only hope. If Qinzong died here, then all of them would die here, and the Wasteland Reclamation mission would fail. Failure was not a big deal. At worst, they could send people again. However, death was a big deal. Moreover, more than 20 true disciples and a talent who could practice the Earth Vein Dragon seeking technique had died all of a sudden. The Yuan sect had suffered a great loss. Now, they could only pin their hopes on Qinzong. The huge mouth closed, and under the extremely shocking bite force that seemed to be able to crush a mountain, the crisscrossing sawtooth collision made an incomparably shocking sound, and the sound waves roared. Qinzong's body seemed to be swallowed directly. Everyone's heart sank. Flicker. A figure appeared out of thin air and appeared in front of the Desolate Dragon King's left eye with lightning speed. It was too fast, and it was extremely sudden. Before his figure could become blurry and completely solid, a wisp of sword light had already shot out. It was soundless, extremely fast, and extremely condensed. Sword of Heart Refinement. This sword was infused with sword refinement thread and void scars. The sword arrived as soon as it was unsheathed. The Desolate Dragon King's reaction was not slow. His left eyelid immediately closed, and he quickly moved his head. However, Qinzong's sword was even faster. That wisp of invisible sword light pierced into the Desolate Dragon King's eyelid the moment it closed. Roar! In just a split second, the Desolate Dragon King's left eyeball was pierced through by Qinzong's sword. The terrifying sword Qi wreaked havoc, spreading inside the eyeball and exploding. Rumble! In a split second, the sword Qi rumbled inside the eyeball, exploding with an astonishing destructive power, and directly shattered the Desolate Dragon King's huge left eye. Blood immediately spurted out, flowing along the eyelid like a river. The intense pain made the Desolate Dragon King crazy, and he was incomparably irritable. Roars continuously sounded out, and countless sound waves exploded unceasingly. The impact was extremely terrifying, as if it could shatter everything. A first-stage demigod rank expert would be directly crushed by it. However, Qinzong ignored the impact of the sound waves. With a slash of his sword, he directly split the sound waves apart, and once again attacked the Desolate Dragon King. The Desolate Dragon King's body was huge, and his physique was extremely tyrannical. His strength was incomparably strong, and Sword Qi could hardly injure him. Only when the sword truly hit him would he be injured. Moreover, his opponent's body was huge, and his strength was extremely tyrannical, completely surpassing his own. If he met force with force, he might be able to crush him. However, the Desolate Dragon King's speed and reaction were not as good as his. Only in close combat would he be able to fully utilize his advantage. The power of the Flower of Extreme Realm, which had been condensed to 50%, was completely released, as if it was about to explode. Looking from afar, the air around Qinzong seemed to be slightly distorted. Vaguely, one could see the outline of an invisible flame spreading out, as if it was burning. Qinzong's body was incomparably agile, like a bird flying in the sky or a fish swimming in the water. He moved up and down unpredictably, dodging the desolate Dragon King's claws and tail. However, he did not attack with his sword. Storing power. Chunzong unceasingly stored up his power, accumulating the most powerful sword attack. The desolate Dragon King's defense was too strong. Even if he attacked, if he did not hit the weak spots, it would be difficult to cause any damage. It was better to restrain his power, store it up, and then find a chance to explode. One sword attack. He only needed one more sword attack, and he was confident that he could end this desolate Dragon King. It sounded simple, but Chunzong understood the difficulty of it. At this moment, it was like running on a tightrope. If he was careless, he would fall. Below him was a 10,000 feet long burning hell. Falling would mean death. This feeling of lingering on the edge of life and death made Chunzong concentrate all of his attention. He could not afford to be distracted. More importantly, he had an indescribable feeling of fear and terror, as if electric currents were sweeping over his entire body. It was extremely stimulating. His heart was beating unceasingly. Under Chunzong's control, it was rhythmic and extremely low. Every time it beat, it was like a giant drum bursting out his blood essence, sending flows of strong power to his entire body and then to his right arm that was holding the sword. His mind was extremely concentrated, and his mind was infinitely high. His essence, chi, and spirit were condensed into one. Vaguely, the outline of a flower seemed to appear above Chunzong's head. It was the flower of the ultimate realm. However, this was a middle-rank star. Due to the limitation of the rules, it was hard to condense the flower of the ultimate realm. If this was a low-rank star, this flower of the ultimate realm would be very clear. Dodge. Under the highly concentrated essence, chi, and spirit, Chunzong could control all the movements around him. He kept dodging, avoiding the furious counterattacks of the desolate Dragon King. Using the terrifying astral current that could tear everything to pieces, he moved up layer by layer, taking advantage of the natural situation. It was like a small boat going with the current or a kite flying with the wind. Everything was so smooth and natural. Chunzong had an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was a mystery within a mystery, taking advantage of the situation. It was like flowing water flowing to the east, like the sun rising and the moon setting, like the cycle of the four seasons. It was so natural. A feeling of being touched and a kind of understanding arose from the deepest part of his heart. Where the heart was, it was in accordance with the path of the heaven and earth. Power. All of his power burst out and fused into the sword. The power of the ultimate realm. Taichu sword essence. Taichu sword essence body, spirit power. The third level of the ultimate breaking. At Chunzong's current level, he could forcefully activate the third level of the ultimate breaking. Although he could only activate it once in a short period of time, it was enough. All of the power was fused into this sword. It was as if everyone's fate was betting on this sword. Only this sword, nothing else. Unknowingly, the Heart Sutra seemed to break through the limit and reach a higher level. The potential of the Heart Sword essence also seemed to be developed more in an instant. This sword strike seemed to have exceeded Chunzong's current limits, and it had attained an even more unfathomable level. Moreover, even the indescribable sixth level of the Sword Dao seemed to have improved greatly. It was like a kind of guidance from the unseen world, a guidance that was above the heavenly way. It made Chunzong release this sword that was like a god. It was like a god was helping him. Chunzong's figure was at the same level as the head of the desolate Dragon King. He raised his sword, the tip of the sword pointing forward. In an instant, the time and space around them seemed to stagnate and solidify. From afar, everyone could see that Chunzong seemed to be bathed in a layer of vast divine light. The divine light rippled like water, yet it was also like a burning flame. It had a profound and ancient charm, as if it came from ancient times and would exist forever. That sword also emitted divine light inch by inch. Kill. The sword thrust out. It didn't look fast at all. It was actually very slow. It looked like it was passing out layer by layer. Every time it passed out a layer, a ripple would spread out. It was the ripple of time and space. Bai Mei and the others gawked at this sword. They didn't know why, but they all felt that this sword had the aura of the spirit realm, which was unfathomable. It was like the one who thrust out the sword wasn't a demigod realm warrior, but a spirit realm warrior. A sword connecting God. A sword connecting God. The speed of this sword was actually extremely fast. However, because it was so fast, it seemed to have surpassed the limit of time and space in this area. The incomparably profound power of the sword made the time and space around it seem to be frozen. Because it was fast and mysterious, it seemed like time and space had stopped. Even though the desolate Dragon King was strong, it couldn't understand this sword, nor could it dodge it. The desolate Dragon King was strong because of its power. It had an unparalleled power that could break everything. However, in terms of realm, it wasn't as good as Chunzong's sword. This was the suppression of the realm. The desolate Dragon King wasn't afraid of the suppression of the realm because their bodies were tough. Although the realm could suppress them, it wasn't enough to kill them. However, when Chunzong's sword thrust out completely, it directly pierced through the right eye of the desolate Dragon King. It was like a hot knife cutting through bamboo. It was as easy as a sharp knife tearing through a thin piece of paper. It was so simple that it couldn't be resisted. This sword pierced straight into the desolate Dragon King's body. The terrifying sword aura burst out, exploding inside the desolate Dragon King's head. In just a blink of an eye, it had pierced through the desolate Dragon King's head. It was full of holes, and then it was crushed. After a sorrowful cry, the desolate Dragon King's giant body trembled and fell to one side. Boom! The entire valley was shaking. The wind blew as if it was crying and crying. Everything seemed to return to its original state. Chunzong landed on the ground. He staggered and almost fell down. Chapter 2004. First update, double the last day. This is a rare opportunity. Brothers, if you still have votes, quickly cast your votes. After surviving a calamity, there were great ups and downs. The dead had already turned into a pile of minced meat. Their souls had scattered, but those who were still alive were secretly rejoicing. Joy surged from their hearts, but when they saw the pile of minced meat, they suddenly couldn't feel happy. Since the dead were gone, they didn't want to be immersed in that kind of atmosphere. They quickly took out some medicinal pellets and consumed them to recover their energy and heal their injuries to prevent any accidents. Chunzong also took out some medicinal pellets and consumed them. That sword attack just now had completely exceeded his current level. It was unfathomable, as if he had pushed everything he had to the extreme to be able to unleash that sword attack. Because of that, all of his energy had been consumed in an instant. Essence, chi, soul, absolute realm strength, absolute beginning sword origin, absolute beginning sword origin spiritual energy, and so on were all gone. As soon as the medicinal pellets entered his body, they immediately flowed into his inner world and were ground into the purest energy. The energy quickly spread out and rushed to every part of his body. It was like a rain after a long drought. That kind of feeling was incomparably comfortable. His essence, chi, soul, and even all the energy in his body were constantly recovering. After recovering part of his energy, he could move freely. Without hesitation, Chunzong waved his hand and immediately collected the corpse of the desolate Dragon King. The corpse of this kind of innately powerful creature that had reached the peak of the demigod realm was definitely worth a lot. In addition, the desolate dragons killed by Chunzong were also collected by Chunzong into the Nine Heavens Ring. Those were his spoils of war. They belonged to whoever killed them. It was very reasonable. After all, they were only here for a wasteland exploration mission, not a hunting mission. They didn't need to hand over the corpses to the Yuan sect. Of course, if they did, they would get the corresponding contribution points. However, Chunzong wasn't a disciple of the Yuan sect. Therefore, he directly collected the corpses for himself. As for the desolate dragons that weren't killed by him, Chunzong didn't touch them. You clearly have the strength to save him. Why didn't you do it? Suddenly, Xie Yang roared at Chunzong. His face was filled with grief, anger, and hatred. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and their eyes flickered. Indeed, the Sword Palace disciple who was trampled to death by the desolate Dragon King didn't seem to need to die, because Chunzong's final battle with the desolate Dragon King was very strong. If he had made a move at that time, he would have been able to save that person. Bullshit. Just now, Brother Chun was fighting a powerful WYRM. How could he be distracted? Li Wenhe roared. Li Wenhe was not wrong. At that time, it was indeed Chunzong who was attacking a powerful dragon. Of course, if Chunzong had given up on fighting the dragon, then he might have been able to save that successor disciple. However, Chunzong did not do that. The truth was very simple. He'd come here because he'd been invited by Li Wenhe and by Mei, and it had nothing to do with anyone else, especially the Sword Palace. Chunzong did not have the slightest good impression of the Sword Palace. Whether it was Drizzle Sword, Mu Yu, Yin Xiao Xiao, or Yin Zhen, one of the Sword Palace's godson, they all made Chunzong hold a grudge against the Sword Palace. So, why would he save a person who was likely to be his enemy? If it had been a primary palace disciple or a mysterious palace disciple, then it would have been different. Chunzong did not answer Xie Yang's question because it wasn't an answer. So what if he didn't want to save that person? Don't forget, we all owe Chunzong our lives. Bai Mei's voice sounded, and it was unusually powerful. Indeed, if it hadn't been for Chunzong, they would have probably died. After all, the strength of the dragon in the valley was completely unexpected, and they had nowhere to ask for help. There were only a few hundred inner disciples left in the void ship, and only 20 of them were the successor disciples. As for using the power of the spatial battleship, that was indeed possible. However, the problem was that it would take quite some time for the spatial battleship to fly over and fire again. Perhaps they would be blasted to smithereens by the desolate dragons during that time. Even if the void ship's fire was timely, it was indiscriminate and covered. It would not distinguish whether they were the disciples of the Yuan sect or not. As long as they were affected, they would be killed, and the entire valley would be destroyed and completely erased. It was a destructive power, and it would not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Because once it was destroyed, the effort to find a suitable place to build a stronghold would be in vain. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that they all owed Chunzong their lives. Xie Yang and the other successor disciples of the Sword Palace did not speak, but they stared at Chunzong with unkind eyes. Chunzong ignored their eyes. Li Wenhe sighed slightly. He vaguely guessed why Chunzong did not save the successor disciple of the Sword Palace. He still owed Chunzong his life. After recovering their strength, they began to clean up the other dragons in the valley. All the demigod-ranked dragons were killed, and the rest were demigod-ranked dragons. The successor disciples of the Sword Palace seemed to want to vent their anger and hatred. They madly attacked with their swords, killing and slaughtering. With the strength of the successor disciples of the Sword Palace, it was useless to deal with the demigod-ranked dragons, even if the dragons were innately powerful. Kill! 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 Under the venting of their anger, the demigod-ranked dragons were all dismembered. The scene was very bloody, and it made people frown. A strong smell of blood pervaded the valley. Next, the void ship was called over and it landed. The several hundred inner disciples began to clean up the valley, transport materials, and build a stronghold of the Yuan sect. As for the others, they returned to the void ship to rest, recover their strength, and meditate. This battle was a crisis of life and death. For the successor disciples, after surviving this crisis, they would have some gains. Chunzong was also meditating. The sword that killed the desolate Dragon King was beyond his control, but it also had a feeling that it was in accordance with the heavens, as if it was in harmony with nature. It pushed all the mysteries of his strength to a higher level, and then merged them into one. It was as if some kind of transformation had occurred, and it was upgraded to a higher level. That sword strike made Chunzong feel as though he was possessed by a sword god. That kind of feeling was really wonderful. Therefore, Chunzong now wanted to comprehend the mysteries of that sword and strive to master it. A few days passed, but he did not gain anything. He always had a feeling that something was missing. However, Chunzong also understood one thing. That sword was indeed a sword that he could perform at present. In other words, at present, his application and control of his strength had not reached the real limit. If he reached the real limit, then there was hope for him to comprehend and master that sword. Move! Shinzong left the void ship and also the valley. On the desolate dragon star, the desolate dragon tribe was the overlord, and they were very powerful. Shinzong planned to find a powerful desolate dragon to fight and use the battle to train himself and really push himself to the limit. Then, it should be the real supreme realm. Now, it was only the semi-supreme realm. Chunzong did not hide his departure, and the other successor disciples also knew. Then, one by one, the successor disciples also left, but they all left in teams of at least 2 or 3. Their purpose, in addition to killing the desolate dragon to find resources, was to clean up the valley. As for the construction of the stronghold, the formation plate had been placed and activated. Once it was fully activated, it would be enough to resist the attack of the desolate Dragon King. In this way, there would be no worries. The hundreds of inner disciples could build the stronghold well. The successor disciples chose different directions, and they were divided into 3 groups. The successor disciples of the Sword Palace went in one direction, the successor disciples of the Xian Palace went in another direction, and the successor disciples of the Origin Palace went in another direction, and they were all in different directions from Chunzong. The landscape of the desolate Dragon Star was very primitive. After Chunzong left the valley, he used his body movement and quickly shuttled through the tall primitive forest and kept moving forward. In an instant, it was as if a yellow lightning had broken through the sky and shot out from a tree. It was extremely fast, and there was a strong smell coming from it. It was extremely fast, and it was very sudden, but Chunzong reacted faster. He waved his sword, and the purple sword light broke through the sky like lightning. Kill! It was a yellow-brown giant python, and its head was similar to that of a desolate dragon. It was the fierce beast on the desolate dragon star. On the desolate dragon star, the desolate dragon tribe was the overlord. In addition, there were other fierce beasts, and they were all similar to the desolate dragon, at least in terms of appearance. These fierce beasts of the dragon family also had amazing fighting strength. Fly! Chunzong quickly flew out of the primitive forest. During this time, he was attacked more than 10 times. There were giant pythons, wild bears, and so on. However, all of them were killed by Chunzong's sword. Although their fighting strength was not bad, they were not as good as the 17 or 18-meter-long desolate dragons in the desolate Dragon Valley. After rushing out of the primitive forest, there was a long river. The river was extremely wide, more than 10,000 meters long. It seemed that one could not see the end of the river. The river was very fast, and the waves were turbulent. It looked magnificent, and its momentum was shocking. Standing by the river, Chunzong could feel the shocking momentum. In an instant, a giant dark yellow fish, which was dozens of meters long and covered with scales, rushed out of the river. Its huge body twisted in the air, and its tail swung. Suddenly, it hit the river, and there was a loud noise, splashing countless waves. Looking at the big fish, Chunzong suddenly wanted to eat it. It looked fat, and it might be delicious. Swing the sword. A flash of sword light suddenly broke through the air and directly pierced into the water. Although the big fish had already entered the water and was quickly diving down, Chunzong could perceive all its movements. The sword chi entered the water, and its speed was amazing. In an instant, it caught up with the big fish. As if it felt the danger, the big fish swung its tail and twisted its body. It burst out in amazing power, but it was useless. It was immediately entangled by the sword chi. The sword chi, like threads, weaved into an invisible fishing net and directly trapped the big fish. There were thousands of knots in his heart. At this time, the sword chi was more subtle and delicate than before. Chunzong could not help but be secretly happy. This meant that his control of his own strength had deepened, and he was getting closer to the real extreme realm. The sword chi pulled like silk, and the big fish suddenly flew out of the water. The water was sparkling, and the fish scales were shining. Chun suddenly understood. Chapter 2005. Second update. The dozens of meters long fish was much weaker than the 10-meter long dragon. However, its meat was so delicious. Even if it was eaten raw, it tasted sweet and delicious. It didn't taste fishy at all. Moreover, when he chewed it, he felt like he was about to explode. The taste was unique and refreshing. Eating half raw and the other half barbecued, Chun ate very happily. The fish was dozens of meters long. After removing the bones, the fish weighed more than 10,000 pounds. However, Chun ate to his heart's content and drank the wine he brought with him. He ate heartily and happily. It could be said that since he had entered the void, it was the first time he had eaten so much. This fish meat contained flows of vigorous blood chi and blood, which kept pouring into his body. If a demigod realm warrior ate it, he or she would be full after eating less than 100 pounds. However, Chun's cultivation base was profound, and his body was tough. Even after eating more than 10,000 pounds of meat, his belly didn't bulge. Good. After eating the entire fish, there was only a big skeleton left. It was clean without a trace of meat. Chun gulped down a jug of wine. This feeling was so good that he felt like he was about to explode. After the meal, Chun didn't cultivate. Instead, he lay down on a slanted rock, as if he was using it as a bed. His hands were crossed behind his head as a pillow. His eyes were half closed, half opened, half closed, gazing at the sky of the desolate dragon star. Strands of dark yellow aura were floating in the sky of the desolate dragon star like layers of clouds. They were moving slowly, which seemed to fill the air with a majestic aura and an indescribable sense of pleasure. Although he hadn't figured out the mysteries of the sword attack he had used to kill the desolate Dragon King in the past few days, he knew that in order to wield that sword attack, he had to master all his powers to the extreme. However, to reach the extreme, Chun vaguely felt that besides high-intensity battles to stimulate his potential, he also needed to follow his heart. What was following his heart? Chun's understanding was to follow one's heart. For example, when he saw the big fat fish that was dozens of meters long, he wanted to eat it. Then, after following his heart and satisfying his appetite, he would naturally feel happy from the bottom of his heart. This kind of carefree feeling would imperceptibly influence him, making him feel happy. Then, he would be able to better control his own strength. Cultivation was not just cultivation. Walking, sitting, lying down, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation were all a kind of cultivation. Imperceptibly, Chun had a deeper understanding of cultivation. Gradually, his eyes, which were staring at the dark yellow sky, seemed to be squinting slightly. He seemed to be asleep, but he was not. His heart existed between existence and non-existence, drifting outside of reality and illusion. Marvelous. Chun was immersed in a wonderful feeling. Eat when you want to eat, sleep when you want to sleep. Follow your heart and follow your heart. Chun had never thought that he would actually gain some enlightenment just by trying out what he had learned in the past few days. It was a wonderful feeling. He seemed to be awake, but also seemed to be in a deep sleep. It was as if he was half asleep and half awake, wandering in the gap between yin and yang. Unconsciously, his potential emerged like a gurgling spring. The power of his various strengths was also developed and mastered little by little, slowly approaching the limit. This kind of cultivation method was really enviable. Just by eating a delicious meal and resting for a while with eyes closed, one could enter this wonderful state. It was something that could only be found by chance. The sky gradually darkened, and night fell. Chun was still crossing his hands behind his head. His eyes were slightly squinted, and his body was motionless. His whole body was completely relaxed. From his internal organs to every joint of his bones to every inch of his muscles and skin, it was as if all his strength had been sucked out. It was as if he had lost all weight and became as light as a feather. It was as if a gentle breeze could blow him up and make him float between the heavens and the earth. Relax. His whole body was completely relaxed. His mind was neither there nor there, drifting erratically. It seemed to be here on the other side, on the earth and in the sky. His body seemed to be integrated into the earth, and his heart seemed to be integrated into the sky. Body and heart, earth and sky. Unknowingly, the inner world of Chunzong's Sea of Qi seemed to have changed slightly as well. The heavens and earth became clearer and clearer, and the surroundings became more stable. The Taichu sword origin within seemed to have been refined, becoming even purer. The night fell completely. The sky of the desolate dragon star was filled with twinkling stars. There was a kind of indescribable tranquility and beauty. From afar, the roaring of beasts arose unceasingly. Some were near and some were far away, as if they were playing a beautiful melody, which made the night full of movements. A huge cheetah that was almost black walked out of the dense forest with graceful steps. It seemed slow, but it was actually as fast as a stream of light. It quickly appeared beside the river. It opened its mouth and sucked, and a stream of water poured into its mouth. It was a ferocious beast that came to drink water. After drinking the water, the 10-meter-long panther walked past Chunzong with graceful steps. It didn't notice Chunzong's existence. One had to know that beasts had very sharp senses. The cheetah's senses were even more extraordinary. However, at this moment, its footsteps had almost stepped over Chunzong's body, yet it did not notice Chunzong's existence at all. It was like a stalk of grass or a piece of stone. His body, mind, aura, and everything seemed to be one with the grass and the stone under him and the air around him. However, Chunzong could feel clearly that a giant panther was walking past him. The panther's vigorous body was gracefully walking. Under the dark yellow tough skin that was covered with soft fur that was almost black, its muscles were moving like waves, gradually transferring the power of its body. It was like the wind blowing the waves of wheat. It was indescribably strange and beautiful. Chunzong couldn't help but sigh. It was a masterpiece of nature. In the past, he wouldn't have observed this so carefully and leisurely. That night, other than the panther, there were other wild beasts that passed by. However, they didn't notice Chunzong's existence. It was as if in their perception, in their eyes, Chunzong was no different from a stalk of grass, a piece of stone, or a piece of air. The night faded and the day came. The morning sun danced together with the morning sun, shining on Chunzong's body and reviving his warmth. Chunzong still didn't move. He carefully experienced that wonderful feeling. The coldness of the night gradually faded from his body and was replaced by the warmth of the morning sun. It was the alternation of night and day, the rotation of the moon and the sun. Gradually, the morning sun rose, and the light it emitted became more and more dazzling, and more scorching. It was as if a giant fireball was hanging high in the sky, burning incessantly. The amazing heat fell on Chunzong's body, making him feel as if he was about to be ignited. His entire body began to heat up, just like the stone under his feet. He forgot to breathe, or rather, his breathing had synchronized with the air under his feet. They were in the same frequency. Some wild beasts came out of the primeval forest and went to the river to drink. Some wild beasts met and started a fight to the death, not for anything else, but for survival. If he killed the other party, he would be able to eat the other party as food, allowing him to live on and obtain even more power. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. Chunzong seemed to have forgotten his identity. He also forgot about the cultivation of cultivation techniques and the comprehension of sword techniques. It was as if he wanted to continue like this forever, immersing himself in this world, nature, and space-time. Chunzong had never thought that he could get such an opportunity after coming to the desolate Dragon Star. It was totally out of his expectation. Therefore, cultivation was never a matter of seclusion. Seclusion was a must, but so was experience. Walking around and looking at the scenery along the way could broaden one's horizons. Maybe one could find an opportunity to comprehend something. Tao was in one's heart, and it was also in one's feet. It was in one's every move, whether it was walking, sitting, or lying down. Regardless of whether it was the wild beast drinking water or the wild beast fighting, none of them noticed Chunzong's presence and naturally ignored him. In the blink of an eye, the sun was setting in the west, and night fell. The night was dark and cold. A bright yellow lightning flashed across the sky, as if it had torn apart the sky of the desolate dragon star. It shone in all directions, including Chunzong's body. The wind blew, and the sound of water splashing was heard. Raindrops the size of a thumb fell from the sky with great force. It was raining. It was the rain of the desolate dragon star. It was the first rain Chunzong had seen since he came to the desolate dragon star. The raindrops seemed to carry a terrible gravity, which could break rocks. The first drop, the second drop, the third drop. The raindrops were densely packed, one after another. They turned into a big area, splashing down from the sky. The ground was hit by the raindrops, and the rocks were also hit by the raindrops. Ripples appeared on the river, turning into surging waves. It was a terrible scene that could destroy everything. The momentum was astonishing. The raindrops fell on Chunzong's body directly, but they seemed to merge with Chunzong's body. No, it was more like Chunzong's body had merged with the raindrops. His body seemed to have turned into water, but his mind seemed to have merged with the raindrops, gathering in the sky and then falling down continuously. The wind was howling. The surroundings were blurred and clear at the same time. Countless raindrops were flying in the wind like happy spirits. It seemed to be a kind of freedom that broke free from the cage and the shackles. It seemed to be a kind of temporary brilliance from birth to death. However, Chunzong soon found that the raindrops didn't really disappear when they fell. They changed from raindrops to water and gathered on the ground, turning into small puddles. They were still there, but in a different form. The essence was still the same. No one knew how long this rain lasted. When it did not stop, sunlight penetrated through the thick layers of dark clouds and scattered down. Every raindrop was refracted and dyed with a seven-colored brilliance, as if adding color to the short journey, making it even more magnificent, resplendent, and dazzling. Unknowingly, the rain gradually stopped. After the rain, the sun seemed to be even warmer. Chapter 2006. Third update. Two figures flew across the sky, both of them exuding an astonishingly ferocious aura. One of them, a large man with a large centipede-like scar on his face, had a ferocious look. His eyes swept across the area with a ferocious look, taking in everything within his line of sight. He did not miss even the slightest detail. My previous sensing was right here. How could it disappear? The young man next to the big man, who looked like a weak scholar, was holding a palm-sized cyan compass in his hand. The needle on the compass was wandering, as if it could not determine anything. "I told you that this thing of yours is useless," the big man said angrily. "Impossible. My chi-seeking compass will never be wrong. That person must be hiding nearby," the scholarly young man argued. "Find him. No matter what, we must find this bastard and catch him in one fell swoop," the big man said in a ferocious voice. "He is the only true disciple of the Yuan sect left. As long as we capture him alive, we can use all kinds of means to force the true disciples to reveal the method of unsealing the void spaceship. At that time, we can leave this place through the void spaceship." The big man's laughter was still full of malice. The two people's unscrupulous conversation fell into Chunzong's ears. Search, a carpet search, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find Chunzong. Although the chi-seeking compass was good, its level was not high enough. It could only be regarded as a secret treasure at the demigod level. Currently, Chunzong's body had merged with heaven and earth, and his heart had turned into nature. It was as if he had become one with nature. Unless they had the ability of the spirit realm, they wouldn't be able to find Chunzong, even if they were very close to Chunzong and their soul consciousness had scanned him many times. They spent several hours carefully searching around, but found nothing. The big man cursed angrily and could only leave. The young man also put away the chi-seeking compass and left with him. Not long after they left, an aura recovered. Chunzong slowly sat up, breaking away from the feeling of being one with nature. It was not that he could not continue to be one with nature, but that he took the initiative to break away. Chunzong was very clear that such an opportunity could only be encountered by chance. It did not mean that he could enter the realm of being one with nature again as long as he acted according to his wishes. It was very difficult. The probability was very low. It could be said that such an opportunity was very rare and precious, no less than a great opportunity. If he continued to be one with nature, he could continue to comprehend. However, Chunzong still took the initiative to wake up, because, from the conversation between the two people, Chunzong knew that the true disciples of the Yuan sect had been captured. Chunzong was not too concerned about the others being captured. His focus was on Li Wenhe and Bai Mei. At the very least, the two of them treated him as friends, and he treated them as friends as well. When his friends were in trouble, how could he just stand by and watch? If he were to sit back and do nothing, it would go against his conscience. Recovery. Chunzong's aura was recovering, as if everything had woken up from a deep sleep. There was a feeling of vitality, as if the cold night had faded and the morning sun had risen. His whole body was full of vitality, and that vitality was gradually flourishing. Chunzong felt very wonderful, as if he had been reborn. His whole body was comfortable, and it came from the deepest part of his body and soul. His whole body moved slightly, and there were countless thunderous explosions around him. It was like rolling thunder, roaring tigers and leopards, roaring dragons, sweeping winds, and mighty waves. That aura, like a bolt of lightning, gathered in his body, crisscrossing and connecting everything. Chunzong's body shook slightly, as if every bone, every tendon, every inch of muscle, and every part of skin in his body were connected and completely integrated into a whole. A feeling of being able to shatter the vacuum spontaneously arose. But Chunzong also knew that he couldn't tear the void here, let alone shatter it. In an instant, the feeling of connecting all the forces in his body and connecting them into a whole was really powerful and wonderful. But that feeling was fleeting, and Chunzong knew that it was not enough. Although he was one step closer to the real extreme state, he still hadn't reached it. There was still a gap. Chunzong's body moved, and he immediately restrained his aura and chased in the direction of the two men. He didn't beat the grass to scare them, but chased them secretly. The two men didn't find Chunzong's whereabouts, so they returned to report this matter. They entered the interior of the primeval forest, which was very vast. They kept going deeper and deeper, and finally stopped in front of a hidden cave. After a few twists and turns, they entered the cave. Chunzong observed for a while, and then followed them in. He could feel that the person who entered the cave kept going down, going deeper and deeper into the ground. He estimated that the person had to go at least 1,000 meters underground before it became flat. 1,000 meters underground was a huge cave, which was opened up by people. It was very wide and divided into many small caves. Of course, the small caves were relatively small. Inside the huge cave, there were more than a dozen large torches inserted into the walls of the cave. They were burning fiercely, and the light from the fire was intense. It illuminated the entire cave, making it seem as if it was completely transparent. Dozens of shirtless men were eating meat with big mouthfuls and drinking big bowls of wine. A dwarf-like figure was sitting at the head of the table with a leisurely look on his face. In the corner of the cave, more than a dozen people were lying on the ground. Their faces were pale, and blood was dripping from the corners of their mouths. Obviously, they were seriously injured. Their auras were disordered and weak. They were tied up and had no strength to resist. Among the dozen people, Bai Mei and Li Wenhe were also among them. All of this was displayed under the silent probing of Chunzong's divine sense. This time, Chunzong's divine sense seemed to have been cleansed after comprehending the body as heaven and earth as heart as nature. It went one step further from its original limit. Its strength didn't increase, but it was purer and more refined, and he could use it more freely. The people in the cave didn't notice at all. under the observation of his divine sense. Each of the dozens of big men in the cave emitted an aura of demigod rank. Of course, condensing a low-level flower of extreme state was also at demigod rank. It wasn't that difficult to condense a flower of extreme state in the void. However, among the dozens of big men, there were a dozen who emitted an aura that was very strong. They were probably at the second level of demigod rank. But to Chunzong, it was nothing. The truly powerful one was the dwarf-like and unremarkable figure that sat at the head of the table. From the other party's short and thin body, Chunzong could feel a hidden and violent power that was like a dormant volcano. Very strong. His initial estimation was that he wouldn't be inferior to the desolate Dragon King in the valley. Obviously, he was an expert at the peak of the second level of demigod rank. Chunzong didn't care about the dozens of big men. Once he attacked, he would probably end the battle in less than 10 breaths. The problem was the dwarf-like figure. That was the real enemy. If he was alone, he wouldn't hesitate to draw his sword and kill without hesitation. But now, Li Wenhe, Bai Mei, and the others were in the cave. Moreover, they seemed to be heavily injured and had lost the ability to fight back. Once a battle broke out, they would most likely be affected. Chunzong had to consider this point. After all, he didn't have the confidence to kill the dwarf with one strike. After thinking about it, Chunzong quietly retreated. It wasn't that he didn't want to save them, but he wanted to use another method. He wanted to create a commotion outside to attract the people inside. One by one, he would destroy them. The best way was to draw the dwarf out and kill him outside to prevent the inside from being affected. Soon, Chunzong retreated from the cave and appeared on the surface. With a slash of his sword finger, sword chi broke through the air and slashed at the entrance of the cave. The sword chi rumbled like thunder, creating a terrifying momentum. Rumble. The sound gradually spread to the inside of the cave. Demigod rank experts had extremely sharp ears and eyes. Even the slightest movement could be heard by them, not to mention the commotion created by Chunzong. However, no one paid any attention to it. Those who were drinking, those who were eating, and those who were drinking. The fierce-looking big men were eating and drinking. From time to time, they would glance at the people at the edge of the cave. Their eyes were as ferocious as wolves, causing people's hearts to tremble. Especially the few female true disciples. Their faces were pale. I've taken a liking to that girl. Don't fight over her later. After I'm done, it'll be your turn. A big man with dark skin and a strong body like an iron tower roared in a rough voice. Big old black, you're so rough. Don't play with her to death. Our brothers are waiting for a taste of her meat. A man with long and narrow eyes and a gloomy face mocked in a sharp voice. Don't worry. A demigod rank expert will definitely be fun to play with. Big old black revealed a mouth full of white teeth, looking even more ferocious. Their gazes swept over, as if they wanted to strip off the clothes of the few female, true disciples. I prefer that fatty. A one-eyed big man with a mouth full of yellow teeth stared at Li Wenhe. His eyes emitted a red light, causing Li Wenhe's face to turn even paler. It was actually such an ugly-looking man who liked him. Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. He even had the thought of dying. As for Bai Mei, no one stared at her. This was because the group of big men knew that this petite girl had already caught the eye of the third commander. In a short while, the third commander would probably drag her into the cave to enjoy himself. The rumbling sounds continued. As time passed, it began to affect the mood of the crowd. Motherf asterisk her. What kind of blind beast is fighting? Perhaps it was because he had drunk too much, but the alcohol had gotten to his head. His anger suddenly exploded. That big man directly grabbed the wolf-tooth club beside him and strode towards a tunnel. Go, get another beast to go with the wine. There's not enough to eat. Only when you're full will you have the strength to play. It's best if you get a dragon penis to go with the wine. Are you feeling weak? Chapter 2007. As soon as I woke up, my ranking has risen, and I have one more supreme. I'm so grateful that I can't repay you. The only thing I can do now is to write more words. The sword chi pierced through the man's glabella in a flash. You, before the man died, he pointed at Chunzong and fell down unwillingly. Just now, Chunzong had gotten some information from the man. It turned out that this group of people was a notorious group of space bandits, the Desolate Dragonstar Bandit Group. It was a bandit group that lived on the Desolate Dragonstar. The first commander and the second commander were both Spirit Realm warriors. The third commander was a pinnacle demigod rank expert. Despite his short stature, his strength was nothing to scoff at. Within the demigod rank, there was almost no one who could match him. He loved to dig out the hearts of his enemies and eat them alive. In the heyday of the Desolate Dragonstar Bandit Group, there were several thousand of them, including several hundred demigod realm warriors and dozens of level 2 demigod realm warriors. However, it was a pity that the spirit realm warriors of the Yuan sect had found this place. Of course, they wanted to occupy and exploit the Desolate Dragonstar. The battle was unavoidable. The first commander and the second commander of the Desolate Dragonstar Bandit Group were killed one after another. Countless warriors were killed. In the end, only the third commander and dozens of his subordinates survived because they were out hunting. The only spaceship of the Desolate Dragonstar Bandit Group was also taken away by the Yuan sect. As a result, the remaining dozens of space bandits couldn't leave the Desolate Dragonstar. After all, they weren't spirit realm warriors. Once they entered the spaceship, they would encounter all kinds of unexpected dangers and die a violent death. Today, they attacked the Yuan sect for two reasons. One of them was to take revenge. The other was to seize the spaceship and leave the Desolate Dragonstar. As to why the Yuan sect's records didn't mention these space bandits, perhaps the Spirit Realm warriors thought that they had cleaned up all the space bandits. Or maybe they thought that space bandits without Spirit Realm warriors were nothing. Just like the Desolate Dragonstar Bandit Group, they became the training targets of the Yuan sect's true disciples. However, even the eldest senior brothers and sisters of the three palaces had yet to reach the peak of demigod rank. They might be able to defeat ordinary peak demigod rank experts, but they were still inferior to those powerful peak demigod rank experts. Although the Yuan sect was strong, they couldn't take care of everything. During the process, it was hard to avoid some negligence, especially when the Spirit Realm warriors were looking for new stars. Their way of thinking was different from the experts who stayed in the Yuan sect for a long time. In the end, it led to some unequal information, which led to this situation. Otherwise, if the information was very detailed, perhaps everyone would pay more attention to it. Of course, these were all Chunzong's conjectures. He continued to create a commotion to attract more star bandits. The galactic bandits who were still drinking were infuriated when they heard the silence again. What the hell is that? Big OL hasted up angrily. His ferocious aura swept out like a storm. He grabbed a giant saber and carried it on his broad shoulder. Then he strode toward the tunnel. "I'll go with you," the man with long and narrow eyes said in a sharp voice. His weapon was a pair of long and narrow willow sabers. "With the two captains going, we can relax. Let's drink." Everyone felt relieved and started to eat and drink. At the same time, they scanned the crowd with their wolf-like eyes. They paid more attention to the female true disciples and some of the male true disciples with good looks. Big OL, Hay's body was astonishingly strong like an iron tower. When he ran, he was like a giant chariot that was charging forward. The man with long and narrow eyes held two sabers in his hands. His footsteps were light and graceful. He was like a silent cheetah, quietly and quickly following Big Ol' Hay. One was like a wild bear, and the other was like a cheetah. Not long after, the two of them rushed out of the tunnel. The man with long and narrow eyes hid behind Big Ol' Hay. They had a tacit understanding. However, all of this was under Chunzong's control. The moment they appeared, a purple sword light suddenly shone. It was extremely sharp, as if it could absorb all the sharpness in the world. The sword light filled their eyes. It was impossible to resist it. The two of them had experienced countless life-and-death battles. In the face of this sword, their hair stood on end. They burst out all their strength and cooperated with each other to attack. The giant saber was extremely violent. It was like a black torrent bursting through a dam. It was also like a black mountain collapsing. Two tiny sabers were hidden in it. They were extremely sharp and extremely cold. Even people who were slightly stronger than them would inevitably be hit by this killing move. If they were hit by this move, they would die. However, the purple sword light was like a destructive divine thunder. It destroyed everything in its path. Whether it was the black saber light that was like a landslide or the tiny sabers hidden in the saber light, they were all shattered by the purple sword light. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It was invincible and irresistible. Slash. The two of them were slashed at the same time. They stopped moving. Then they were split into two. Blood spurted out. The two of them were indeed very strong. They were only second to Bai Mei. However, for Chunzong now, they were not strong enough. Perhaps the only one who could really fight with him was the so-called third commander. Then, he would attract more people. It would be best if the third commander would come out as well. What's going on? The three of them have been out for so long. After a while, the commotion continued. The people in the cave felt that something was wrong. You guys drink. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the dwarf third commander, who was sitting at the head of the table. He did not seem to be drunk at all. The moment he finished speaking, his short and thin figure had already turned into a black light and disappeared from his seat. Very quickly, it disappeared into the underground tunnel. Li Wenhe, Bai Mei, and the others were shocked by his speed. Bai Mei was captured alive by him. There was a big difference in their strength. Of course, although Bai Mei was a top genius, the third commander's talent was not bad either. Moreover, the difference in cultivation time between them was too big. It was at least 10 times longer. In the demigod level, the heavens' favorites were indeed amazing. However, some of the experienced demigod-level experts might not be so talented, but they had cultivated their skills and fighting strength for a long time. The third commander of the Desolate Dragon Star Bandit group was not only talented, but he had also cultivated for a long time and encountered some opportunities. That was why he had such amazing abilities. In a flash, the third commander had rushed out of the tunnel that was thousands of meters long. However, he did not rush out directly. Instead, his figure flashed and turned into a shadow. Then it condensed into a real shadow and rushed out of the tunnel as if it was his real body. Then his real body rushed out after him. Sure enough, in just an instant, the illusory figure that had condensed was slashed by a purple sword light, and it directly dissipated. Chunzong had never imagined that the third commander's ability would be so shocking. Even his own perception had been deceived in an instant. The third commander had used a shadow to deceive him into making a move while his real body appeared. However, Chunzong did not feel disappointed. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. The bandit he had captured alive had said that the third commander was very powerful. He was almost invincible among the demigod-level experts. He was very terrifying. Chunzong had also sensed that the third commander's aura was not inferior to the Desolate Dragon King's. A formidable opponent. Perhaps this person could become a formidable opponent. Although the Desolate Dragon King was very powerful, his strength lay more in his physical strength and physique. Although his fighting methods were extremely powerful, they were too simple and crude. They would bring about a life and death crisis to Chunzong, but would not allow Chunzong to enjoy himself to the fullest. So, it's you, the last true disciple of the Unitary sect. On the third commander's monkey-like face, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His killing intent soared. His sharp voice was like a sharp blade piercing through the sky, ruthlessly piercing Chunzong's eardrums. While his voice was still echoing, the third commander had already turned into a gray ray of light and crossed the void at an astonishing speed. It was as if a black ray of light was refracting in the void. 1, 2, 3. 3 refractions and 3 leaps caused the third commander's speed to reach the limit in an instant. It was as if he had surpassed the limit. Suddenly, he disappeared before Chunzong's eyes. An extremely sharp chill suddenly spread behind him. It was very subtle. If not for the fact that Chunzong's body had merged with nature, allowing his senses to reach a higher level. He would not have been able to detect it in an instant. The black ray of light flashed. It was sharp, fierce, and incomparably fast, and directly pierced Chunzong's back. It made Chunzong feel as if his back had been pierced and his heart had been torn apart. It was a sharp claw. The third commander's weapon was a pair of foot-long black claws. The edges of the claws were extremely sharp. They flickered with traces of scarlet light, as if they contained a terrifying power. Piercing. The frighteningly sharp light from the claws pierced Chunzong's back in an instant. An astonishing force burst forth from the claws, tearing everything apart. But it was only Chunzong's residual shadow. Chunzong's extraordinary senses allowed him to detect the third commander's attack, and he quickly dodged. As the sword rose, thunder roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was as if heavenly thunder had suddenly exploded beside the third commander's ears, causing his ears to ring. He felt as if his soul was about to scatter. This was the advantage of suddenly using the sword chi thunder. Although Chunzong's previous comprehension did not allow him to reach his true extreme state, he was closer to it. The application of various sword techniques was also more profound and astonishing. It was as if a purple thunderbolt had pierced through the void. The third commander's face suddenly changed. He felt as if thunder was still rumbling in his mind, and his consciousness was still somewhat shaken. But in an instant, the gray light around him was immediately pierced through by the purple sword light. It turned into a cloud of gray mist and dissipated. Chunzong felt that the sword did not pierce the third commander. Instead, it seemed to have pierced a cloud of mist. It was a very strange body movement. Refraction. The third commander's figure turned into gray light again, and it instantly refracted in all directions. It actually made it difficult for Chunzong to determine the third commander's trajectory. It was clear that the third commander's body movement was exquisite. Kill. The sharp claws swept across the sky. With a flash of gray light, the claws immediately attacked from the front. The extremely sharp claws directly tore the void apart, leaving behind a faint mark. There were some faint traces of the void being left behind. A trace of a burnt smell rushed to his face. It was very pungent. 1 claw, 2 claw, 3 claw. The sharp claws kept piercing through the air. There were more and more of them, and they were densely packed. It was as if there were no blind spots, completely covering the front of Chunzong. With a flash of sword light, the purple thunderbolt pierced through the air. It directly attacked with claw light. Chapter 2008. Second update, swoosh. On Chunzong's back, his sword robe was torn apart. With a flash of light, the heart-sealed treasure robe blocked the attack of the sharp claws. However, there were still traces of sharp and fierce claws that penetrated the heart-sealed treasure robe and invaded his body. The claw force was vicious and insidious, like a poisonous bug that could penetrate through any opening. Even with Chunzong's strong physique, he couldn't completely resist it. He felt the claw force constantly drilling into his body, as if it wanted to tear his strong physique apart. The Taichu sword essence shook and instantly turned into a sharp sword, attacking the claws. The claws were very condensed, showing the third commander's shocking power. After hundreds of years of hard work and some opportunities, he had forged such a strong power. Because his flower of the ultimate realm had reached the perfect level, it was difficult for him to break through the spirit realm. He could only work on his own strength and martial arts. He strived to be more refined and stronger. Difficult to deal with. The third commander was very strong. His overall fighting strength wasn't inferior to that of the Desolate Dragon King, but he was more of a threat. Because he was a human, he had extraordinary intelligence, exquisite martial arts and skills, and he was also very agile. All of these were things that the Desolate Dragon King couldn't compare to. In comparison, the third commander was a bigger threat to Chunzong. In the beginning, the two of them were evenly matched. Chunzong pretended to be defeated and wanted to escape, but the third commander didn't give up. Now they were far away from the underground cave. At one point, Chunzong suppressed the third commander and cut open the third commander's chest. He was almost cut in half. However, in the next breath, the wound quickly wriggled and closed at a shocking speed. In just 3 breaths, it was completely healed. With such amazing self-healing ability, Chunzong fell into a difficult battle. In the end, the third commander seemed to have activated the power of his bloodline. His whole body changed greatly. His hands seemed to have merged with the claws, and there were traces of patterns under his skin that looked like snake scales. His speed increased a few times, and he became more agile, and more unpredictable. The pressure on Chunzong increased greatly, and he was gradually attacked. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Heart Seal treasure robe. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart. Of course, the Heart Seal treasure robe was also a kind of strength. After all, it was obtained by chance. A cultivator's strength was comprehensive. There was internal strength and external strength. Internal strength was the strength that completely belonged to oneself. It was the strength that accompanied one's growth or obtained through cultivation. It was a fundamental strength that would never be outdated. External powers such as weapons, armors, pills, and so on would all become obsolete and would only be available for a certain period of time. However, no matter what, a cultivator's strength was composed of internal and external forces. Usually, the internal force was the main force, while the external force was secondary. Refraction. The third commander, who seemed to have turned into a snake man, was astonishingly fast. His movements were extremely mysterious. He refracted several times in the void, completely out of Chunzong's control. He couldn't see it. He couldn't even hear it. It was hard to catch it. Chunzong clearly felt an attack coming from behind him. Moreover, there was a sharp and ruthless claw energy piercing through the air towards him. However, when Chunzong dodged, he discovered that it was just a fake that could pass for real. The real attack came from a front. His chest was instantly torn apart. Fortunately, the Heart Seal treasure robe blocked it. That was the 3rd time he was attacked. However, Chunzong didn't suffer any injuries. Even the poisonous claw force that invaded his body was wiped out by the Taichu sword essence. The third commander seemed to be very clear about this. He didn't want to fight Chunzong in close combat. Instead, he madly used his advantage. This was an extremely strange movement technique. It was impossible to capture his movements. Even his aura became incomparably strange. If that's the case, a thought flashed through Chunzong's mind. He closed his eyes and even his eardrums. Since he couldn't use his eyes to catch his opponent's movement technique and couldn't use his ears to distinguish it, he didn't need to. When he closed his eyes, his vision fell into darkness. He couldn't see anything. When his eardrums were closed, all sound disappeared. He couldn't hear anything. When his sense of smell was closed, all smell disappeared. Closed. Chunzong actually closed his 5 senses on his own. There was no doubt that the feeling of closing his 5 senses was very uncomfortable. It was as if he had fallen into the abyss of death. He couldn't hear, see, or smell anything. Everything disappeared. Everything was gone. Everything returned to nothingness. He felt like he was going to lose his soul. What did death feel like? Chunzong had experienced it before, and he had truly experienced it. It was even more terrifying than closing his 5 senses. Therefore, Chunzong actually didn't feel uncomfortable after closing his 5 senses on his own. Of course, Chunzong wouldn't do such a thing if he wasn't confident. That was equivalent to putting his neck under the enemy's blade. It was suicidal. It could be said that the benefits brought to Chunzong by merging his body with heaven and earth and his heart into nature were astonishing. When his 5 senses were closed, his 6th sense was instantly enhanced to the extreme and broke through the limit. It was a kind of perception that was located in the heart. He expanded it and covered his surroundings. In an instant, it was as if an eye had opened in his heart. He stared at everything within a radius of 10 meters with his body as the center. Gradually, the darkness receded and became blurry. The blur slowly became clear, like the color of the sky in the early morning. Clear. increasingly clear. In just a short moment, all the blur disappeared and was replaced by clarity. It was as if he was staring at it with his eyes. A radius of 10 meters. Within a radius of 10 meters with his body as the center, everything became extremely clear. It was better than before, because he was looking with his heart. Looking with his heart was called the mind's eye. As far as the mind's eye could see, it wasn't just the surface of the void. Chunzong even saw traces of veins under the surface of the void. Those were the veins between heaven and earth. They contained the mysteries of heaven and earth and the mysteries of Tao. Although it was only a radius of 10 meters and the veins were very blurry and indistinct, Chunzong was secretly surprised and excited. He wouldn't have been able to see this in the past. All of a sudden, he sensed something. His mind's eye saw a blurry gray shadow appear within a radius of 10 meters with an astonishing speed. It seemed to appear out of thin air. But Chunzong had caught it. It wasn't from thin air. Instead, it was from an extremely fast speed and a brilliant movement art. In a blink of an eye, the shadow had appeared within a radius of 10 meters, as if it could travel through space. It was very mysterious and strange. It was the third commander of the Desolate Dragon Star Bandit group. Just now, he couldn't see anything with his eyes. But now, with the mind's eye, he could see something. The third commander appeared within a radius of 10 meters around Chunzong. However, he didn't launch an attack right away. Instead, he performed his movement art again. In a blink of an eye, he appeared on the other side like a refraction of light. It was fast, sudden, and strange. That refraction happened without any sign. It was hard to see what it was. However, at that moment, Chunzong's mind's eye caught a trace of it. It happened to fit one of the many blurry traces within the radius of 10 meters. Kill. After several refractions, the third commander finally launched an attack. Chunzong brandished his sword and blocked the third commander's sure-kill attack as if he was blessed with good fortune. The sharp claw and the purple thunder sword clashed, causing countless sparks to shoot out in all directions. Impossible! The third commander opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe it. His attack was blocked. It must be a coincidence. His body flashed and disappeared again. Then, he appeared in another place. Chunzong couldn't see anything more than 10 meters away from him. But once he was 10 meters away from him, he could capture it and gradually grasp its trace. Chunzong's great power of understanding enabled him to keep deducing and simulating. In a blink of an eye, the third commander appeared within a radius of 10 meters again. His body flashed and split into two. They looked so real that it was hard to tell the real one from the fake one. They refracted and jumped, appearing in front of and behind Chunzong. Now is the time. A thought suddenly exploded in Chunzong's mind. He ignored the figure in front of him. His body didn't even turn, but the purple thunder sword suddenly left his right hand. In a flash, it turned into a purple thunderbolt, bursting out with unparalleled speed. Kill! The sword seemed to pierce through heaven and earth, the sun, the moon, and space-time. Following an inexplicable trace, it coincided with a vague trace within 10 meters. That trace seemed to light up in an instant, shining with amazing light. It overlapped with the sword radiance of the purple thunder sword, further increasing the speed of the sword. It was too sudden. The sword radiance flashed like a thunderbolt. The third commander, who was in front of Chunzong, paused for a moment. Then, like a cloud of gray smoke, the third commander, who was about to attack from behind, also paused. His chest was completely pierced, and his heart was minced by the sword chi. However, the third commander didn't die directly. His power flowed backward. He wanted to explode himself and take Chunzong down with him. Slash! The thunderbolt sword radiance suddenly exploded, bursting out with unparalleled power. It was overbearing and violent, and it directly blasted down. The third commander's thin body was smashed by the violent thunderbolt sword radiance. Chunzong reached out and grabbed a storage ring that flew out. The purple thunder sword spun in the air and returned to its scabbard. The area within 10 meters quickly became blurry and dim, returning to darkness. Chunzong's body swayed. He opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, there was a tiredness that couldn't be dispelled. The effect of the mines, I was amazing, but so was the consumption of the mind. It didn't last long, but it made him feel as if his mind's power was almost depleted. He felt weak from the bottom of his heart. This kind of weakness was different from the weakness of the essence, chi, and spirit. It couldn't be replenished by elixirs. It could only be recovered slowly. After landing, Chunzong stood still and took the initiative to guide the recovery of his mind. Fortunately, his mind was extremely strong, and he had the mind sword will, so the recovery speed was relatively fast. The aura of the battle that had erupted here was extremely shocking. All the wild beasts in the surroundings had already fled, so there was no danger. Of course, Chunzong didn't stay for long. It wouldn't be good if a stronger wild beast came. Chapter 2009. Third update. Inside the cave, dozens of space bandits stopped drinking and eating. They were a little surprised and doubtful. It was because the third commander seemed to have been out for a long time. However, just like the others, there was no news. What are you worried about? Although the third commander is not at the spirit realm, he is invincible among the demigod realm warriors. Yeah. Didn't you see how the third commander captured that little girl in just a few moves? What are you worried about? Let's drink. For a moment, they started to shout and drink again. Some of the more than 10 true disciples had an inexplicable grief on their faces. Some of them were thinking and communicating with each other through their eyes. They were sensitive enough to feel that something had happened. No matter what kind of change it was, as long as there was a change, it could be a good thing for them. It was the hope of escaping. A figure quietly entered the cave. However, the group of space bandits who were drinking and eating didn't notice anything. Their level was too low compared to Chunzong's. The strongest ones had already been killed. To Chunzong, the rest of them were no different from clay chickens and pottery dogs. Kill! The purple sword light suddenly lit up. In the blink of an eye, it swept across the sky. Rumble! The extremely violent sound of thunder rolled and roared in all directions, reverberating in the cave. It was so sudden and so violent that the space bandits who were a little drunk felt dizzy. Then, there was no then. They just saw a purple light flash in front of their eyes. It was like a dream. Then, they lost all consciousness and fell into eternal darkness. Dead. Like harvesting grass, dozens of powerful space bandits fell to the ground one after another. Blood flowed like a river. Li Wen has squeezed out his tears. Saved. Finally, he was saved. Finally, he didn't have to be killed by that disgusting one-eyed man with a mouth full of yellow teeth. It was good that he died. It was very good that he died. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect his integrity in his old age. Chunzong pointed his finger. Sir Chi circled around them and cut off all the ropes on their bodies. Ha! Brother Chun, I knew you would come to save us. Li Wenhe stood up nimbly and laughed. He was almost scared to death just now. He would rather be killed than be treated like that. Thank you. Ba Mei looked at Chunzong solemnly and said. There seemed to be a strange light in her eyes. Thank you. The group of true disciples came over one after another to express their thanks. Only Sword Palace's Xie Yang didn't. He just stood there. He was unwilling and even felt a sense of shame. He couldn't say anything. However, Chunzong did not care at all. You guys should recover your strength first, Chunzong said. Immediately, he began to recover his mind and spirit while guarding the others. If nothing unexpected happened, these people should be the last ones of the desolate Dragon Star. Now that they were all dead, this place should be safe too. On the other side, Chunzong's divine sense swept across the area, but he didn't discover anything special. However, he also took away all of the Galactic Bandit's storage rings. These were the spoils of war, and wealth could be accumulated even more. After recovering, everyone left and returned to the valley where the stronghold was built. This time, because of the desolate Dragonstar bandit group, they had lost a few more true disciples. The loss was not small. After a period of construction, the stronghold had begun to take shape. Actually, the construction of the stronghold was not very complicated. The materials were all brought over from the Yuan sect. They were ready-made. All they needed to do was assemble them here. Of course, not everyone could assemble them at will. There were still some skills that needed to be learned. In other words, the hundreds of inner disciples were all talents. This time, they did not continue to go out. Instead, they chose to stay in the spaceship and cultivate quietly. This trip to the desolate Dragon Star was not as easy as they had imagined. Instead, they had gone through 2 life-or-death crises and even lost a few true disciples. This made them realize the cruelty of the void even further. In the cabin, Xie Yang's face was livid. When he thought about how he had been saved by Chunzong twice, he felt terrible. He did not feel grateful at all. Who do you think you are? You are just a person who has used up all his potential and has no future. You can only be arrogant for now. Xie Yang clenched his fists. His face was distorted. The bulge on his forehead bulged. He looked ferocious. I, Xie Yang, have talent and potential. I have something to rely on. One day, I will definitely surpass you. At that time, I will pay you back for saving my life once and for all. Although it was said that he had saved her life, there was still a strange feeling about it. In the cabin, Chunzong's mind had completely recovered. He felt that he had made some progress, but it was not obvious. Then, Chunzong took out a bunch of Sumeru rings and checked them all. Basically, there was nothing valuable. The most valuable thing should be the beast crystals of the wild beasts. They contained violent and vigorous energy. It was very majestic, but it was also very messy. It was not suitable to be absorbed directly. However, the beast crystals could be used as refining materials. Among the beast crystals, the most valuable one was the one from the desolate Dragon Star. It was a great fortune. In the end, Chunzong picked up the third commander's Sumeru ring. The third commander was very powerful. If Chunzong did not have the heart-sealed treasure robe, body merging with heaven and earth, heart transforming into nature, he would not have been able to kill the third commander. He might even have been killed by the third commander's counterattack. Then, would there be anything good in the third commander's Sumeru ring? There were many beast crystals of the desolate Dragon Star. There were also many desolate Dragon Star's body materials, such as the skin, bones, and claws. They were all good refining materials. They could be used to refine semi-divine weapons. There were also some elixirs. However, there were not many and their quality was not high. Chunzong did not care about them. The only thing that attracted Chunzong's interest was a palm-sized token. It was completely black and gold. It had an ancient and profound sense of mystery. The shape of the token was like the scale of the desolate Dragon Star. However, it was even more shocking than the scale of the desolate Dragon King that Chunzong had killed. There were countless runes on the token. Chunzong first studied the material. He estimated that it was most likely the scale of the desolate Dragon Star. Moreover, its aura was vague and strong, which was beyond that of the desolate Dragon King. He guessed that it was the scale of the desolate Dragon God. The desolate Dragon God was at the spirit realm. Thus, Chunzong became more curious about the patterns on the token. He could see that these patterns were man-made. They were carried by the desolate Dragon God scale. There should be some special meaning. After studying it, Chunzong felt that these patterns were like a road map. Or, in other words, this token was like a map. His heart was moved. Chunzong planned to go and find it. Perhaps the place that was carved on the token was on the desolate Dragon Star. As for whether the spirit realm warriors of the Yuan sect had found it or not, Chunzong didn't know. However, he wanted to go and find it himself. If that was the case, he should study it for a while and then go there. While he was recalling the battle with the third commander and studying the mysteries of the mind's eye, he was carefully observing the patterns on the token. 3 days later, Chunzong told Li Wenhe and Bai Mei that he was going to leave. Then, he left the base that was about to be built. He started to go out to find the place on the token. However, it wasn't easy to find it. Anyway, the desolate Dragon Star was massive. No matter what, Chunzong wanted to try. It was a thought that came from his heart. If so, he should follow his heart. Perhaps his luck was good enough. After resting, Bai Mei and the other true disciples didn't want to leave, so they stayed in the spaceship. Some of them left to hunt the desolate dragons. It was rare for them to come here, and the desolation dragon's body was a treasure. Its skin, claws, bones, and even the beast crystal were all very useful. Even the dragon blood could be used to refine the body for low-level cultivators. It was very valuable. Although the Yuan sect was a galactic-level force, it was divided into outer and inner disciples. The outer disciples' cultivation was relatively low. They belonged to the low-level demigod realm. The blood and flesh of the desolate dragon were very suitable for them. Not only could they earn contribution points, but they could also improve themselves. It was killing two birds with one stone. Why not? As for the true disciples who didn't want to leave the spaceship, it was not for any other reason, but because they were scared. They had faced death twice in a row. The despair the second time was especially deep. They were scared. They were afraid that they would encounter such a life-or-death crisis for the third time. Not everyone had the courage to face death calmly and see through the hidden latch of life and death. Those who couldn't do it had already lost the heart of an elite. No matter how talented they were and how much potential they had, the achievements they could achieve in the future would be limited. If they lost their spirit, it was basically impossible for them to reach the spirit realm. Of course, these people didn't know it very well. Others couldn't do anything about it. Xie Yang didn't stay. He left alone. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Qinzong. Qinzong flew across the sky at high speed while carefully observing the terrain below. His intuition told him that the patterns on the token should be a pattern of the terrain. Then, what he needed to do was to find the pattern of the terrain so that he could find the destination better. The destination should be a mountain. No, it should be a mountain that seemed to have been split in half from top to bottom. It looked like a door. With such a direct observation, it would be easier for him to find the destination. Maybe he would be lucky enough to find it. In the sky of the desolate dragon star, there were flying desolate beasts. For example, the dragon-scaled eagle. It looked like a giant eagle, but it didn't have a single feather. Instead, it was covered with dragon scales like a desolate dragon. It looked abnormally strong. Its sharp claws were extremely terrifying. They were like scimitars that could tear everything apart. The dragon-scaled eagle was very aggressive. As soon as it discovered Qinzong, it immediately chased after him. Moreover, it wasn't just one of them. There were dozens of them with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. All of them had the astonishing fighting strength of the demigod realm. Qinzong couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed a middle-tier star. Its environment had created a group of powerful life forms. Demigod realm desolate beasts could be seen everywhere. Chapter 2010. Our sword Tao Godlike has been selected as this month's rising star on the monthly votes list. This is the result of our joint efforts. Then, after becoming a rising star, everyone will have a benefit, and that is the lucky draw. Every Enclave account will have a free lucky draw every day. After that, every 100 Enclave coins spent, which is $1, will allow you to have another lucky draw. There should be no limit to the number of lucky draws. This event will start today, which is June 21st, 10:30 a.m., and will last until June 28th. It will last for 7 days. This is a rare opportunity. Everyone must seize it. Remember to go to the lucky draw every day. Who knows, you might be the lucky one and win the prize directly. Even if you are unlucky, don't be discouraged because you can spend a few dollars to have another lucky draw. Who knows, maybe you will become the lucky one. Becoming a rising star on the monthly votes list is an honor that belongs to us. It is also a benefit that Enclave gives to our readers. All the prizes will be provided by Enclave. Remember, go to the lucky draw every day to try your luck. Chapter 2011. I wonder if there will be a lucky draw. Anyway, the dominator of Samsara is not someone I can afford to offend. The sun rose and the moon set. The moon rose and the sun set. Qinzong kept searching. More than 10 days had passed, but he still couldn't find the exact location. During this time, he did find some similar locations, but they were only similar. Chunzong was very patient. After all, if it was so easy to find, it would have been found and emptied long ago. Of course, he couldn't deny that possibility. But since he was here to search, he had to keep searching. The duration of this mission wasn't short. From the beginning to the end, it took about a year. He had plenty of time. While searching, Chunzong would also fight with powerful desolate beasts when he encountered them. He wanted to temper himself and improve bit by bit in an imperceptible manner. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong had searched more than half of the desolate dragon planet. Because he searched very carefully, he spent a lot more time. It took him a whole 3 months. During these 3 months, Chunzong experienced many battles. Some of them were life-or-death battles. His opponents were all king-level wild beasts that were no weaker than the desolate Dragon King in the valley. Each of them had their own unique abilities and talents. It was an eye-opener for Chunzong. After 3 months of continuous battles, the concentration of the Flower of Extreme had reached 60%. It was close to 70%. However, it was more difficult to break through between 60% and 70%. But if it was successful, the increase in strength would be even more obvious. Chunzong estimated that at this speed, he could break through again within a month and reach 70%. As for 80%, it would take even longer. If there were no accidents, it would take more than a year for the Flower of Great Extremity to reach 100% perfection. There was still a long way to go. Then, on this desolate dragon planet, he would try his best to raise the Flower of Extreme to 100% completion. By then, he would be invincible within the demigod level. However, there was a special kind of cultivator, the pseudo-ascension realm. They were cultivators who failed to break through to the ascension realm but didn't die. They were very few in number. Their strength wasn't as strong as the ascension realm, but they were stronger than the demigod realm. Chunzong even suspected that some of the younger supreme saints in Tianyuan's sacred realm were pseudo-immortal realm experts. Of course, there was no way to verify it now. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Chunzong searched even more places. A unique mountain appeared in front of him. The mountain seemed to have been split open by a giant blade that could split the heavens and earth. It was like a gateway to the heavens and earth. Chunzong quickly took out the dragon scale token and compared it carefully. His eyes lit up. Found it. This is most likely the place. 4 months. After 4 months of searching, he finally found it. However, other than its unique appearance, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. Chunzong had seen many strange appearances like this, so he wasn't surprised. When he was close enough, the dragon scale token in Chunzong's hand suddenly trembled slightly. Wisps of light appeared on the runes. However, the light was a little weak, as if it couldn't continue. With a thought, Chunzong activated the Taichu sword origin and poured it into the token. Inside the token in his hand, in an instant, the light on the runes lit up. Wisps of light rushed toward the mountain gate pattern. Finally, they gathered at the mountain gate pattern and lit it up. At the same time, Chunzong appeared in the huge crack. The token shook violently. Light swept out and wrapped around Chunzong. In the next moment, he disappeared. The crack on the gate was still there. Nothing had changed. It was as if no one had been there. There was no unusual aura fluctuation. Chunzong instantly felt that he was wrapped in light. It was as if he had traveled through time and space. When the light dissipated, he found himself in a palace. Around him, pearls lit up. The light was bright, but not dazzling. It illuminated the palace clearly. Chunzong glanced around. There was nothing in the palace. No, on one side of the wall, there were some figures. The figures' movements were different. They seemed to contain amazing mysteries. On the other side of the wall, there was a dark entrance. He didn't know where it led. Destined person, cultivate the lesser escaping shadow skill to the 3rd level. Only then can you break through the passage and enter the next hall. If you can reach the end, you will get the treasures and divine powers left by the original body. A vigorous voice slowly sounded out. It was low and intermittent, and it seemed as if it didn't have any strength left. Hearing that, Chunzong's heart suddenly moved. Sure enough, This was a relic left by some expert or a secret territory. To be able to leave such a secret territory, this expert strength must be extraordinary. Perhaps he was a great existence in the spirit realm. Chunzong couldn't help but feel a little excited. He didn't expect to have such an opportunity. Looking at the figures on the wall, they were very mysterious. That should be the so-called lesser escaping shadow skill. After looking at it for a while, Chunzong was sure that it was a martial art of the lesser divine powers. It was a martial art of the body movement. That's right. He really needed a body movement of the lesser divine powers. When he was fighting with the third commander, the latter's body movement was very mysterious. If he hadn't been careful, he wouldn't have been able to kill him. Thus, it could be seen how important it was to have a good body movement. Suddenly, Chunzong thought of something. Could the body movement of the third commander be this lesser escaping shadow skill? After all, he got the dragon scale token from the third commander's storage ring. It was possible that the third commander had already been here. However, there were no other treasures. It meant that he hadn't broken through this place to get treasures or inheritances. If the third commander's movement technique was the lesser evading shadow technique, then it was indeed very mysterious. After getting rid of the distracting thoughts, Chunzong immediately stared at the many figures on the wall. He started to study them carefully. There weren't many figures. There were 9 of them in total. Each of them had a different posture and movement. They seemed to be independent of each other. However, they seemed to be related to each other. It was very mysterious. However, the lesser escaping shadow skill was a lesser divine power. It wasn't difficult for Chunzong to comprehend a lesser divine power. It didn't take long for Chunzong to comprehend the mystery of the lesser escaping shadow skill. He started to cultivate. As soon as he started cultivating, Chunzong was sure that this body movement was the body movement of the desolate Dragon Star Bandit group. He had found a treasure. That body movement was very mysterious. It was difficult for him to capture it. It was indeed extraordinary. Of course, Chunzong was only cultivating the first level of the lesser escaping shadow skill. However, the first level of the lesser escaping shadow skill was not as mysterious as the one the third commander had used. That was at least the third level. In the spacious hall, Chunzong operated his power according to the trajectory of the first level of the lesser escaping shadow skill. In a flash, he felt that his body seemed to tremble slightly and resonated with the void around him. It was very strange. The first level of the lesser escaping shadow skill, transforming shadow. In a flash, Chunzong's body seemed to disappear and turned into a shadow. That shadow seemed to exist, but also seemed not to exist. It was very strange. It was like a seaweed swaying in the water. It gave people a feeling that it was drifting and drifting, which could make people make mistakes. However, it was not strong enough. As long as the opponent's perception was strong enough, he or she could capture it. The first level was not difficult for Chunzong. Chunzong's current realm, foundation, and accumulation were enough for him to comprehend and master the first level of the lesser divine power easily. The second level of the lesser escaping shadow skill, instantaneous shadow. The so-called instantaneous shadow was the application of the first level of the transforming shadow. In the first level of the transforming shadow, he or she could turn into a shadow but couldn't move. Only when he or she reached the second level of the transforming shadow could he or she move quickly. In a flash, Chunzong's shadow refracted in the void, bouncing like a star. Its speed was amazing and extremely fast. In a flash, the whole hall was filled with Chunzong's shadow refracting. The distance of each refraction was different. It was hard to tell whether it was far or near. However, when he refracted, there was a trace left in the void. Although it disappeared in less than a breath, it really left a trace. Not enough. His level was not enough. Then he should practice the third level of the escaping shadow. The third level was naturally much more profound than the second. The first level of the transforming shadow and the second level of the instantaneous shadow were relatively simple. It took Chunzong less than a day to completely master them. As for the third level of the escaping shadow, it was more difficult. Chunzong spent 3 days to master it. His shadow refracted in the void. This time, it did not leave any trace. However, Chunzong did not stop practicing. He struck the iron while it was hot. This state was very wonderful. Practicing continuously. The lesser escaping shadow did not consume much strength. With Chunzong's strength, he could practice it continuously for a whole day without any burden. The more he practiced, the more proficient Chunzong became. Under the refraction, he appeared more and more strange. 1 time, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Unconsciously, Chunzong's body movement was no worse than that of the third commander. If the third commander knew that it took less than 10 days for Chunzong to practice the lesser escaping shadow to a level that was not inferior to his own, he would probably die of jealousy. This was a genius that he could not compare with. It took the third commander dozens of years to practice the lesser escaping shadow to the completion of the third level. Unfortunately, he had passed the first palace, but had yet to pass the second palace. It's a pity that I can't comprehend the profound meaning. The escaping shadow disappeared, and Chunzong's figure appeared. The profound meaning was to practice a minor magic skill to the extreme and surpass the third level. It was like the star-piercing sword of the brilliant gold sword. Of course, it was not so easy to comprehend the profound meaning. It was too difficult. Even with Chunzong's amazing comprehension, it was not something that could be done just because he wanted to. It needed time, especially opportunity. Chunzong was just saying it casually and did not dwell on it. Now that he had mastered the lesser escaping shadow, he could break through the passage and see what was in the next hall. With a flash, Chunzong turned into a shadow. With a refraction, he disappeared into the dark passage, as if he had been swallowed by the darkness. In an instant, streaks of black light appeared from all sides of the dark passage. They shot out at an amazing speed, as if they were going to penetrate Chunzong. The black light was densely packed like a rainstorm. It seemed that there was no blind spot. It was extremely fast and caught him off guard. Chapter 2012. Second update. The passageway was very mysterious. There was a kind of resistance. When Chunzong was about to stop the lesser evading shadow art and turn into a streak of sword light, he discovered that the resistance had descended as if it was heavily binding him. Black light shot out from all directions, as if wanting to pierce through him. Chunzong hurriedly used the lesser evading shadow art. Again, only then was he able to evade the streaks of black light. Rushing through the passageway, he entered the next hall. This hall did not look any different from the first hall. On the walls, there were still murals. However, the murals were not the lesser evading shadow art, but another minor ability. Like the lesser evading shadow art, it was a movement technique. Lesser evading shadow art. Furthermore, it was another passageway, pitch black. The voice sounded, telling Chunzong to reach the third level of the lesser evading shadow art before passing through the passageway and entering the next hall. It had only been a few decades since the third commander had obtained the Dragon Scale token. After all this time, he had finally reached the third level of the lesser evading shadow art, passing through the passageway and seeing the lesser evading shadow art. Unfortunately, he had only reached the first level. His comprehension was not that high. It had taken him several years to reach the first level of the lesser evading shadow art. If he wanted to reach the same level as the lesser evading shadow art, it would probably take him another few decades. After some contemplation, Chunzong was sure that the doppelganger technique the third commander had used in battle should be the lesser evading shadow art. The first stage was to create an illusory image that was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. The second level was 2 shadows, while the third level was 3 shadows. The shadows could be interchanged, turning the fake into the real. It was indeed a very practical movement technique. However, Chunzong did not think much of it. He had seen similar movement techniques in the past, and had also cultivated them. This made Chunzong think of the Eternal Battle Fort's Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes. Now that he thought about it, Chunzong suddenly realized that the 9 heavenly spirit strikes was not as simple as it seemed to be when he first cultivated it. Although he was unable to cultivate the heavenly spirit 9 strikes, its mysteries were in his heart. With the mysteries of the heavenly spirit 9 strikes, Chunzong easily comprehended the mysteries of the lesser evading shadow art. Cultivate. His figure flickered in an instant, and a virtual shadow condensed and flew out of thin air. Whether it was the appearance or the breath, it was exactly the same as Chunzong, vivid and lifelike. The first level was completed in a mere 15 minutes. The second stage, the third stage. It was easier than practicing the lesser evading shadow art. In just 2 days, Chunzong's figure flashed, and 3 shadows appeared around him. The 4 Chunzongs were motionless. Whether it was their looks or their aura, they were all exactly the same. There was not the slightest difference. At a glance, there was no difference at all. One would think that they were the real Chunzongs. About 10 breaths later, 3 of the Chunzongs smiled faintly, then quickly faded away and disappeared. Third tier perfection. This was the limit of his current cultivation. As for the ultimacy of the extreme state, it required an opportunity. Since he had already grasped the technique, it was time to challenge the passageway. When Chunzong entered, the surroundings immediately lit up. In front of Chunzong was a path that led forward. There were 4 protruding, circular platforms on the path. In an instant, Chunzong knew the requirements to pass through this passage. One had to step on the protruding, circular platforms to pass through the passage. Moreover, there had to be someone on each of the 4 circular platforms. If one was missing, it would be impossible to pass through. For those who had not practiced the lesser evading shadow art, this was indeed very difficult and impossible to pass through. Chunzong's figure flickered, and in an instant, 4 shadows appeared on the 4 circular platforms, including his real body. Passing through was a piece of cake. If the 3rd commander was still alive, he would probably die of jealousy. They were all humans, but the difference was so great. The 3rd hall was similar to the 1st and 2nd halls. What was carved on the walls was not the lesser evading shadow art or the lesser evading shadow art, but the lesser concealing space art. The corners of Chunzong's eyes could not help but twitch. The lesser evading shadow art, the lesser evading shadow art, and the lesser concealing space art. Why did it feel like a coincidence? Moreover, when he had practiced the lesser evading shadow art to the 3rd level, Chunzong felt that there seemed to be some kind of connection between the lesser evading shadow art and the lesser evading shadow art. It was just that he could not see through it. The 3rd commander had not practiced the lesser concealing space art before, because he was unable to pass through the passage of the 2nd hall. Chunzong began to comprehend the lesser concealing space art. This was also considered a minor mystique movement technique. Once used, it would conceal one's body, as if blending into the void, making it difficult for others to detect. There were 3 levels in the 3 realms. When cultivated to the highest level, the 3rd level, one's body, smell, aura, and so on would be concealed as if one's entire body had merged into the void and disappeared. Chunzong felt that there seemed to be some kind of connection between the lesser concealing space art, the lesser evading shadow art, and the lesser evading shadow art. He felt that there was a very deep connection between these 3 minor mystiques, as if they could complement each other. The cultivation of the lesser concealing space art was not that difficult, at least in terms of concealing one's aura and blending into the void. Chunzong had a lot of experience, such as the body merging with heaven and earth and mind transforming into nature. Therefore, 2 days later, Chunzong had cultivated the lesser concealing space art to the completion of the 3rd level. Relying on the lesser concealing space art, Chunzong easily passed through the passage and entered the 4th hall. There were no more minor mystiques or murals in the 4th hall. A spaceship, a black gold spaceship about 100 meters long and 30 meters wide, was lying horizontally in the hall. The spaceship was black gold in color. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was covered with dragon scales. Each scale was larger than a palm, densely packed together. The lines of the scales were smooth and vigorous, giving off a mysterious and noble feeling. It was very extraordinary. Chunzong could not help but show a touch of joy. Could it be that the so-called treasure was this spaceship? If so, it would be very good. Chunzong had already learned that there were 3 types of void spaceships. According to their size, they were divided into void-flying boats, void spaceships, and void-flying ships. Void-flying boats were 100 meters long and were usually called private flying boats. They could only carry a limited number of people, no more than 10. Void spaceships were 1,000 meters long and were usually used by star-rank forces and most galactic forces. They could carry even more people. A few hundred was not a problem at all. It could even carry up to 1,000 people if squeezed together. Void-flying ships were 10,000 meters long and could only be used by powerful galactic and galactic forces. They could carry at least tens of thousands of people. Chunzong did not know if there were higher grades on void-flying ships. Whether it was a flying boat, a spaceship, or a flying ship, they were all called void spaceships. They were all very expensive. At least 1 million void coins were needed to qualify to buy one. Moreover, it was the lowest grade. Whether it was a flying boat, a spaceship, or a flying ship, they were all divided into several grades: low grade, mid grade, high grade, top grade, and super grade. Low grade ones were worth at least 1 million void coins, and mid grade ones were worth several times more. For example, Sulwan's flying boat was a mid grade one. Only those who had reached the intermediate level would be able to use void travel. A mid grade void flying boat's void travel could travel a void year. In other words, a mid-level spaceship could travel a distance that would take a void year to travel with a single use of void travel. As for a high-grade void-flying boat, it was said that it could travel a distance of 10 void years. A top-grade void-flying boat's void travel ability was even more shocking. As for a super-grade, it was unimaginable. Sulwan, as a godson of the Unitary sect, only had a mid-grade void-flying boat. As for the direct disciples of the Unitary sect, at most, they had low-grade void-flying boats. Most of them did not have one and had to borrow it from others. Of course, the direct disciples of the Unitary sect, in addition to their identity as direct disciples, also had the support of their respective families. They still had some wealth. Chunzong also planned to buy a void-flying boat, so that it would be more convenient for him to travel alone in the future. It would be best if he could buy a mid-grade void-flying boat, so that he could use void travel and shorten the travel time in the void. However, although he had some wealth, it was only 200,000 or 300,000 void coins. Compared to 1 million void coins, it was still a big difference, let alone millions or even tens of millions of void coins. This time, he came to the desolated Dragon Star to hunt wild beasts and obtain beast crystals. He also wanted to accumulate wealth. Many a little makes a mickle. He would definitely have some. He did not expect to see a void-flying boat in front of him, and it looked very unusual. Of course, it only looked unusual, but Chunzong did not know the details. It might just be a low-grade void-flying boat. Even if it was a low-grade void-flying boat, it was still not bad. Chunzong approached the void-flying boat. With a buzz, a shadow appeared out of nowhere. It was an elder in a black robe. The elder's figure was solid, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through countless space-time. He seemed to be able to see through all of Chunzong's secrets. I am Yukong Venerable, from the Jinkong sect in the Wukong star area. I am the Vice Hierarch. I was plotted against by a strong enemy and was stranded here. My injuries are too serious to heal. Destined person, since you can pass my test and come here, you and I are destined to meet. The black-robed elder gazed at Chunzong. His eyes seemed to be able to see through layers of the void, and nothing could be hidden from him. I will give you this top-grade void-flying boat, the void-flying boat. But you have to swear that you will send my body back to the Jinkong sect within 1,000 years. Top grade. Chunzong felt his heart beat wildly. A low-grade void-flying boat was worth at least 1 million void coins, a mid-grade void-flying boat was worth at least a few million, and a high-level void-flying boat was worth tens of millions. Then, a top-grade void-flying boat was worth tens of millions or even more. Hundreds of millions? It was simply unimaginable. He felt like he'd been hit by a pie. A mid-tier void shuttle could travel in 1 void year. A high-tier void shuttle could travel in 10 void years, and a top-tier void shuttle could travel in 1 void year. The upper limit for a top-tier void shuttle was 100 void years. With his top-grade void flying boat in hand, wouldn't he be able to go anywhere he wanted? He could travel freely in the entire void. Chunzong's heart beat faster. However, he did not let it go to his head. Instead, he began to think. 1,000 years referred to a void year. He could definitely reach the spirit realm, and then it would not be too late to go to the Jinkong sect. In the end, he made a vow based on his heart. Chapter 2013. Third update. Remember to go to the lottery. You can do it for free every day. The void was dark and boundless. Only the twinkling stars in the distance seemed to be endless, mysterious, and profound. A black light flashed and suddenly flew from the distance at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it disappeared into the void. When it reappeared, it was already thousands of miles away. It seemed to be traveling through the void. However, Chunzong was sure that it was not a spaceship but a person, a powerful cultivator. In an instant, the black light flashed and split into 3. One turned into a shadow and refracted in the void. The other instantly flashed and split into 4, overlapping each other. The last one seemed to have merged into the void and disappeared. Then, a pair of eyes lit up in the depths of the void. That pair of eyes seemed to occupy half of the void. There were traces of black and gold light circulating, forming mysterious and complicated patterns that were incomparably profound and mysterious. That pair of huge eyes was like the eyes of the gods in the sky. They could see through everything, as if nothing in the void could hide. Under the gaze of that pair of godlike eyes, the first shadow refracted in the void solidified. A person could be clearly seen. It was an old man in a black robe. There were black and gold patterns on the black robe. They were very mysterious, and their trajectories could be seen clearly. The second shadow turned into many layers of void. However, only one of them was solid. The others were all shadows. It was clear at a glance whether they were real or fake. The silhouette of the third shadow, which had merged into the void, was completely revealed. Immediately, that pair of eyes seemed to have penetrated through countless space-time and directly poured into Chunzong's consciousness. It seemed to have penetrated the depths of his soul. As if it had been hit by a heavy blow, the dark void in front of him shattered. Information, like a torrent bursting a dam, surged and rolled, reverberating in Chunzong's mind endlessly. It was as if Chunzong's mind was about to explode, but it was completely contained by Chunzong. After all, Chunzong's soul was very powerful. Its strength surpassed that of countless demigod-rank experts. Some inheritance and some information were given to Chunzong by Yukong Venerable after he made the vow. There was some information about the Void Society, but it was just a basic introduction. It was a cosmic realm level force, a mid-tier cosmic realm level force. However, that was 10,000 years ago. It was not clear whether it had improved or not. Actually, to the spirit realm warriors, 1,000 years and 10,000 years didn't make a big difference, because their seclusion could last for hundreds or even thousands of years. To a cosmic realm state force, 10,000 years was nothing. Any cosmic realm state force had existed for over 1 million years. To the spirit realm warriors, to some extent, time was the cheapest thing. Sometimes, the battle between the spirit realm warriors would last for many years, which was beyond imagination. Anyway, everything in the spirit realm was beyond his imagination. At this moment, Chunzong wasn't qualified to know that much. There were quite a lot of Ascension State cultivators in Cosmic System State forces, and the number of Ascension State cultivators in Cosmic Realm State forces was even greater. Chunzong was shocked by the level of the inheritance and 2 divine powers. They were not minor divine powers, nor great divine powers, but divine powers that were of a higher level than great divine powers. Minor divine powers and great divine powers were what Chunzong knew in Tianyuan's sacred territory. In the void, there were more than 2 levels of divine powers. Of course, Chunzong didn't know how many levels there were. He wasn't qualified to know. These 2 divine powers were heavenly divine powers, which were above great divine powers. They were created by Yukong Venerable himself. They didn't belong to the Void Society, so they could be taught to outsiders. As for the divine powers of the Void Society, only the members of the Void Society were qualified to practice them. Demigod rank experts could practice minor divine powers at most. As for great divine powers, only spirit realm experts could practice them, not to mention heavenly divine powers. Wouldn't Chunzong only be able to watch helplessly? Of course not. In fact, the lesser evading shadow technique, lesser ethereal transformation technique, and lesser hidden space technique were split from one of the 2 heavenly divine powers. After practicing them to the ultimate profound and entering the spirit realm, they could be combined into one to form the heavenly divine powers, great evading technique. As for the other heavenly divine powers, it was called the Great Refined Void God Eye. It was an eye technique divine powers. Similarly, Yukong Venerable had divided the Great Refined Void God Eye into 3 minor divine powers: Lesser Fixed Void Eye, Lesser Void Prying Eye, and Lesser Void Piercing Eye. Each of the 3 minor divine abilities had their own merits and mysteries. Their cultivation methods also existed in Chunzong's mind. Only by cultivating the 3 minor divine abilities to perfection and mastering the profound of the extreme realm, when he reached the spirit realm, could he guide and fuse them together to form the Great Refined Void God Eye. In other words, once he broke through to the spirit realm, he could master 2 heavenly divine powers in a short time. With the starting point, he would surpass many people. Chunzong couldn't help but smile. Finally, there was the secret of refining and controlling the top-grade void spaceship of the evading void. The value of a top-grade void spaceship was definitely not inferior to a heavenly divine power. It was even more valuable. Chunzong entered the evading void, found the core, and began to refine it. The difficulty of refining a void spaceship was closely related to the size and level of the spaceship. For example, if both were low-grade, refining a void spaceship would definitely be easier than refining a void spaceship. And if both were void spaceships, refining a low-grade one would definitely be easier than refining a mid-grade one. In addition, there were various other restrictions. Chunzong began to refine the core of the evading void. As soon as he started, Chunzong found that the pressure was very great. But since he had already started, there was no reason to stop. Perseverance, tenacity, and squeezing out his own potential. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. Chunzong was almost at the end of his rope. Finally, the refining was completed. The core emitted a burst of light that illuminated Chunzong's body, and also allowed Chunzong's soul to be branded on it. Almost just a little bit more, and his efforts of the past 5 days would have been in vain. Now, he felt very tired. It was as if his entire body was paralyzed from the inside out. He just wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. But Chunzong didn't do that. Instead, he persevered with his indomitable will and began to cultivate. Sometimes, when one reached the limit, the effect of cultivation would be even better. Half a day later, a powerful aura exploded from Chunzong's body and rushed in all directions. All the energy that he had consumed, such as essence, qi, and spirit, were all restored. Moreover, he also broke through the limit. The flower of the ultimate realm broke through 60% and reached 70%. The flower of the ultimate realm became more solid. On the contrary, the 3 essence, qi, and spirit flowers became fainter. When the flower of the ultimate realm completely condensed, the 3 essence, qi, and spirit flowers would disappear completely. Of course, the disappearance of the 3 essence, qi, and spirit flowers didn't mean that Chunzong didn't have essence, qi, and spirit. They still existed. When the flower of the ultimate realm condensed to 70%, Chunzong could feel that his body had become even stronger. His power also seemed to have become more condensed. His overall strength had improved even further. What a pity, Chunzong couldn't help but mutter. The improvement of his cultivation base was a good thing. Obtaining the two great mystic powers was also a good thing. Obtaining the evanescent void was even better. However, Chunzong sighed because of the evanescent void. A top-grade void flying boat. Its value was unimaginable. Even a godson like Sulwan wouldn't be able to afford it even if he went bankrupt. However, after refining the core, Chunzong had obtained the corresponding information. Based on his current ability, he could only make the evanescent void fly at the speed of a mid-grade void flying boat. If he used the void travel at full power, he would be able to reach the speed of a mid-grade void flying boat. As for a high-grade void flying boat, the load would be enough to cause Chunzong's soul to collapse and scatter immediately. This was because Chunzong's soul was stronger than most demigod-grade souls. It could even be compared to a mighty deity to a certain extent. If it had been any other demigod-grade soul, it would have been a grade lower. When he thought about it this way, Chunzong immediately felt that there was nothing unacceptable about it. Furthermore, the void flying boat consumed energy. The most common type was the void flaming crystal, which was also the most suitable energy source for the void flying boat's furnace. It could support the void flying boat's navigation and start the void travel. Chunzong didn't have any void flaming crystals. After all, he didn't have a void flying boat before, so he didn't specially prepare them. However, he did have some in the third commander's storage ring, although not much. The evanescent void's furnace also had some in reserve. However, the void flaming crystals stored in the evanescent void were different from the third commander's. They were different in color. The third commander's void flaming crystal was gray, while the flaming crystal furnaces was white. The gray void flaming crystal was low grade, the light gray was mid grade, the gray white was high grade, and the white was top grade. The higher the grade of the void flaming crystal, the purer the energy it contained and the higher its value. For a top-grade void flying boat to display its power and ability, it had to use a top-grade void flaming crystal. Of course, low-grade ones could also be used, but they would reduce the performance of the void flying boat. In addition to flight, the evanescent void also had two major abilities, defense and attack. Defense consumed energy to condense a layer of protection on the surface of the void flying boat, blocking external attacks. Its strength could reach the top grade at most, blocking most imminent deity experts' attacks. Attack also consumed energy to shoot out rays of light. Its power was also very strong, enough to shoot down imminent deity experts. As for what level it could reach, Chunzong didn't have a direct reference, so he didn't have a clear idea. In short, it should be very powerful. However, no matter which one it would consume energy, and the energy had to be supplied by the void flaming crystal. In the end, everything depended on the void flaming crystal. Where to get the void flaming crystal? If he bought it, he didn't have the ability to create it. What would he use to buy it? Void coins. Although he hadn't bought the void flaming crystal, Chunzong instinctively felt that it wouldn't be cheap. In other words, the evanescent void would very likely become a money burner in the future. Fine, so be it. It was better than nothing. Moreover, his ability to make money wasn't bad, so there shouldn't be any problems. Then next, I'll cultivate the lesser fixed space eye, void prying eye, and void blitz eye before leaving. Chunzong didn't put the evanescent void away. Instead, he sat in the evanescent void's cultivation room, activated the formation, and began to comprehend. Of course, it consumed low-grade, void, flaming crystals. Chapter 2014. I'm late. I was just looking for a suitable rooftop to rent out. The desolate Dragon Valley had become the base of the Yuan sect on the desolate Dragon Star. Countless rune patterns appeared around the valley. They were shining brightly and had different colors. It was a riot of colors that gave off a very magnificent feeling. The light from the runes slowly flowed clockwise. There were layers upon layers of formations, such as defense, entrapment, attack, and so on. There were a total of 9 layers, and they firmly surrounded the valley to protect it from being broken through by attacks. Inside the formation, there was a huge building made of silver-gray metal. It was emitting a cold aura. People were coming and going from time to time. It was the base that had been built. Since then, the desolate dragon star had been marked with the Yuan sect. It was under the rule of the Yuan sect and became one of their backup resource stars. The mission time for them to stay here was 1 year. In this 1 year, besides building the base successfully, they could use the rest of the time freely. It was up to them how much they could get from this star, because when the time was up, they had to return to the Yuan sect to submit the mission. If they wanted to get something from this place, they had to apply and pay contribution points. It was another valley, but it was a few times bigger than the one that had been built as the base. Within the valley, the number of lofty dragons that resided there numbered in the thousands. 2 figures were hiding at the edge of the valley, looking down and observing. "Senior sister, I think we should send a message to Brother Chun and ask him for help," Li Wenhe said with a bitter face. Obviously, he and his senior sister by Mei were no match for the desolated dragons in the valley. Both his and his senior sister's strength had improved significantly during this period of time, especially his senior sister. She fought crazily and kept digging out her potential. Compared to when she first came to the desolated dragon planet, she was at least 30% stronger. However, it wasn't enough. She wasn't strong enough. In comparison, both the desolate Dragon King and the third commander of the Star Bandits were stronger than Bai Mei. Bai Mei pulled a long face and didn't answer. She looked stubborn and unwilling to give up. Li Wenhe had been with Bai Mei for many years. He more or less knew Bai Mei's character. She didn't want to give up. She was stubborn and competitive. Ever since they discovered this valley, they had already challenged it quite a few times. In the end, they were always chased by the powerful lofty dragons and escaped from death time and time again. Li Wenhe had asked for help several times, but Chun Zong was the only one who could ask for help. Bai Mei refused. Li Wenhe knew very well that Bai Mei had been saved twice. Although she was grateful, she was secretly encouraging herself. She was unwilling to be saved a third time. Li Wenhe even secretly guessed that the reason Bai Mei had such feelings, other than her competitive nature, was because she had other thoughts about Brother Chun. Of course, Li Wenhe didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, Bai Mei would definitely beat him to death. "Senior sister, think about it. There's less than a month left in the 1-year mission, and no matter how much we increase our strength, we can't increase our strength to the point where we can deal with these lofty dragons in a short 1 month. Li Wenhe tried his best to persuade her. However, he felt very tired. If we can get Brother Chun to help us, given Brother Chin's strength and our cooperation, we will definitely be able to take down these lofty dragons. When the time comes, we will be able to obtain even more resources and contribution points, allowing us to become even stronger in a short amount of time. Senior sister, you might even be able to surpass Brother Chun." Bai Mei's tight little face seemed to relax a little. Li Wenhe was secretly happy. He struck while the iron was hot and continued to persuade her. He felt even more tired. In the end, he talked until his mouth was dry, but Bai Mei still didn't respond. Li Wenhe sat down weakly. He didn't want to talk anymore. It was too tiring. It was even more tiring than being chased by lofty dragons. Forget it, forget it. Do whatever you want. I won't talk about it. At worst, I'll just give up. Although it's a pity, it's a lot of resources, a lot of wealth, and a lot of contribution points. Fatty, have you contacted him? After a dozen breaths, Bai Mei spoke. Right away, Li Wenhe was pleasantly surprised. Finally, he didn't waste his breath. Li Wenhe immediately used the 9 Heavens ring to send a message to Chun Zong and locate him. As long as the distance wasn't too far, Chun Zong would be able to locate him based on the location. This was a new ability that disciples of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court would have after reaching the 3rd tier, Clear Jade Heaven. In the ruins of Venerable Yukong, Chun Zong had finished his cultivation in the escapee ship. The 3 minor abilities that were split from the great refined Void God Eyes had all been cultivated to the 3rd tier of perfection. However, he hadn't comprehended the profound meaning of extremity. Chun Zong wasn't in a hurry. He still had time. Just as he came out of seclusion, The nine heavens ring vibrated 3 times in a row. 3 messages came in. Chunzong checked. The first message was from Lin Wayne. She said that she had broken through to the 2nd tier of the demigod rank. She also asked where Chunzong was now. Was he well, and so on? The concern in her words made Chunzong sigh slightly. He also replied to Lin Wayne's message. First, he congratulated the other party for making a breakthrough and increasing his cultivation. Then, he briefly explained his situation and told him that everything was fine. The second message was from Lan Yuan Meng, the leader of the Star Blue Society. She also said that she was preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the 2nd tier of the demigod rank. She also asked where Chunzong was and invited Chunzong to be a guest at the Star Blue Society. Her words were full of temptation, as if she couldn't wait to give herself to him. With regards to this, Chunzong could only shake his head helplessly. When he was in the Tianyuan sacred region, he wasn't that popular with the opposite sex. Why did he suddenly attract so much attention after coming to the Void? Of course, Chunzong also knew that Lan Yuan Meng might have taken a fancy to him. However, it was more likely that she had taken a fancy to his potential. As for Lin Wayne, after giving a simple reply to Lan Yuan Meng, he checked the 3rd message. His expression immediately turned cold. This message was from Li Wenhe. There was also a location. He quickly replied to Li Wenhe. With a wave of his hand, Chunzong stored the Void escapee into the 9 heavenly rings. He took out the Dragon Scale token and activated it after injecting energy into it. It instantly disappeared. In the next moment, Chunzong appeared outside the canyon. His figure flashed. After identifying the direction, he flew towards the 9 heavenly rings. In just an instant, Chunzong turned into a shadow, refracting and leaping in the void. He was silent, and his speed was extremely fast. Now, the degree of condensation of the flower of the great state had reached 80%. He had also cultivated 6 minor divine abilities. His overall strength had improved a lot compared to before. The desolate dragon star was a mid-tier planet. It wasn't small. However, the valley where Li Wenhe and Bai Mei were located wasn't far from the ruins where Chunzong was. After about half a day, Chunzong arrived. "Brother Chun, you're finally here." Seeing Chunzong, Li Wenhe was extremely excited. Bai Mei also looked at Chunzong. Her eyes flickered slightly. Soon after, she snorted coldly with a slightly arrogant look. Chunzong didn't understand what was going on. However, Chunzong didn't take it to heart. Bai Mei's appearance and petite body would make Chunzong unconsciously treat her as a child. "Brother Chun, there are thousands of desolate dragons in this valley. Among them, there are thousands of demigod rank ones. There are 5 desolate dragons that are over 20 meters long. The most powerful one is 23 meters long." After being chased several times, Li Wenhe had figured out the strength of the desolate dragons in this valley. The desolate dragons had the innate ability Desolate Dragon Heavy Rings. Therefore, he and Bai Mei were probing from afar to avoid being affected by the Desolate Dragon Heavy Rings. Even if they were affected, they would have enough time to escape if they were far enough. A 23-meter Desolate Dragon King. Chunzong's eyes flashed. The 21-meter Desolate Dragon King was very powerful. If he didn't use a sword that exceeded his limit, it would be very difficult to deal with it. However, his strength was much stronger than before. The 21-meter Desolate Dragon King was no longer a threat to him. However, the 23-meter Desolate Dragon King would definitely be stronger. Traces of battle intent spread out in his heart. It just so happened that his strength had increased greatly. He needed a strong opponent to test his sword. With a flash, Chunzong directly rushed into the valley. "Wait, Brother Chun, wait." Li Wenhe was startled at first. Then his expression changed greatly. He wanted to stop Chunzong, but the difference in speed was too big. He couldn't even touch his shadow. He could only shout. Bai Mei also moved her body and followed closely behind Chunzong. "You guys..." Li Wenhe was very helpless. He wanted to cry, but there were no tears. Encountering such simple, direct, and violent people, he even had the heart to die. His heart was even more tired. He wanted to vomit 3 liters of blood, but he still had to follow. His somewhat fat back looked a bit tragic, as if he was going to meet his death. Chunzong's speed was extremely fast. In just a moment, he turned into a shadow and appeared in the valley. His sword light swept across the sky like an aurora, as if it was the border between the sky and the water. Dozens of desolate dragons were all stunned by this fine, purple sword light. They couldn't move. Blood immediately sprayed out from their necks and bodies. Blood splashed across the sky and dyed the surroundings red. This scene immediately caused by Mei and Li Wenhe to be extremely horrified. He was even stronger. In this period of time, their strength had increased by at least 30%, maybe even more. However, Chunzong's increase seemed to be even more shocking. Among the dozens of desolate dragons that were killed, more than 10 of them were at the second stage of the demigod rank. They couldn't even react. The feeling of fighting to one's heart's content was invincible. Kill, kill, kill. When the desolate dragons reacted, more than 100 of them had already been killed by Chunzong. Powerful strength, strange, and peerless movement technique. He was like a peerless assassin that could move freely in the void. Looking at him from afar, Li Wenhe felt his blood run cold. Too terrifying. The 5 desolate dragon kings that were more than 20 meters in size were also alarmed. They roared furiously and immediately used their innate ability. Desolate Dragon Heavy Ring. The color of this desolate dragon heavy ring was deep, covering the entire valley. Li Wenhe screamed and fell down. It was too heavy, and he couldn't resist at all. On the other hand, Ba Mei stood still. The white flame aura around her was unceasingly burning. Her small face was tense and incomparably solemn. Chunzong only felt his body sinking, as if he was about to be pressed down to the ground. However, his powerful strength allowed Chunzong to resist this heavy pressure. Small ethereal technique. Kill. Chapter 2015. Second update. Inside the huge valley, the 5 desolate dragon kings roared one after another. Heavy rings spread out, wreaking havoc in all directions. The rocks in the valley were instantly reduced to dust, unable to rise up. Everything was pressed to the ground, as if it had sunk 3 inches into the ground. 4 figures flashed, attacking separately. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Swinging the sword, purple sword light flashed through like lightning. Of the 5 desolate dragon kings, 3 were 20 meters in size, 1 was 21 meters in size, and the last was 23 meters in size. Chunzong avoided the 23-meter desolate dragon king and attacked the other 4 desolate dragon kings first, defeating them one by one. However, the 23-meter desolate dragon king's battle strength was astonishing. With a swing of its tail, it created a series of terrifying explosions in the void. It was deafening, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The 3 figures were like driftwood in the water under that terrifying whip. Only Chunzong's real body was unaffected. However, the real and the fake were immediately distinguished. Chunzong couldn't help but think that this minor ethereal technique was still not profound enough. However, if it was cultivated to the level of the profound extremities, perhaps there would be some changes. Chunzong wasn't disappointed with the minor ethereal technique. In an instant, his eyes widened, and his pupils seemed to shrink and expand in an instant. The edges of his pupils seemed to be spreading out in circles, overlapping one another endlessly. Layers of invisible ripples also shot out from his pupils, constantly expanding in the void. Minor spatial eye. Chunzong was testing the power of this minor eye technique. The minor spatial eye's only use was to fix space. The so-called fixing space was to fix a certain area of the void, causing it to solidify instantly. Naturally, everything in that area of the void would also solidify. Chunzong had tried it before in the ruins. It was easy to fix a 10-meter area of the void. However, that was only the void and nothing else, so it was very easy. Chunzong's original plan was to find a desolate beast to test the power of the lesser eye of spatial fixation and other eye techniques after his seclusion ended. Initially, he planned to start with weaker, desolate beasts and gradually increase the difficulty to see the limits of the lesser eye of spatial fixation. However, he didn't expect that he would receive Li Wenhe's request for help right after he finished his training. He rushed over to help. He hadn't even tried it yet, but now he had directly attacked the 23-meter-long Desolation Dragon. Of course, it was only a strike aimed at its violent tail. Fix! In an instant, Chunzong felt as if he was bearing a power that was beyond his limits. His eyes widened in an instant, as if his pupils were about to explode. Countless ripples kept spreading in his pupils, as if the rings of stars were about to explode. Chunzong felt that his divine sense was constantly surging out of his eyes. It was as if his eyes were about to burst. The load was unimaginably strong. However, the effect was not bad. The extremely violent tail strike of the Desolate Dragon King seemed to be spread out and bound by countless rings. In that instant, it stopped, unable to move. Bai Mei and Li Wenhe were both shocked by this strange scene. What kind of power was it that could make the extremely violent tail strike of the Desolate Dragon King stop in the void? Was it controlled by the Desolate Dragon King? No, it could be seen that although the tail had stopped, it was constantly emitting waves of extremely powerful and violent energy. It was constantly vibrating and rippling out layers of ripples, as if it wanted to use the most violent method to break free from its restraints. One breath. In just one breath's time, Chunzong felt that his divine sense was being consumed rapidly. The burden was very heavy. Kill. His figure flashed. Chunzong gave up on the power of the lesser space fixing eye. His sword went past the extremely violent tail and attacked a 20-meter-long Desolation Dragon King. One slash to kill. It actually consumed half of my divine sense. Chunzong's figure refracted, dodging the attack of another Desolation Dragon King. He was secretly shocked. This was only one strike that stopped the 23-meter-long Desolation Dragon King's tail, and it only lasted for one breath's time. The consumption of divine sense was indeed shocking. However, the effect was not bad. Sometimes, when strong enemies fought, life and death would be decided in a single breath. This lesser space fixing could not be used as a normal technique, but it could be used as a trump card. As for the lesser void glimpse eye, it was an eye technique that allowed one to see through concealment. It was very useful against techniques like the lesser void transformation technique and the lesser void concealing technique. Now, it was time to test the power of the lesser void glimpse eye. His eyes trembled again. In an instant, his pupils seemed to shrink from the edges to the inside. Layers of ripples spread out, and in the end, they condensed into a dot of black light at the center of his pupils. Attack! Two invisible forces suddenly shot out from Chunzong's pupils, directly rushing into the 21-meter-long Desolation Dragon King. The Desolation Dragon King only felt that its head was being attacked by two indistinct forces. It felt dizzy, as if its head was about to split open. It was extremely uncomfortable. It could not help but shake its head violently and roar continuously. Its voice sounded a little chaotic, sort of heart refinement. A sword pierced through the air, silently piercing into the eyes of the Desolation Dragon King. After the sword pierced into the eyes, there seemed to be the sound of rolling thunder, exploding inside the Desolation Dragon King's head. It was incomparably oppressive, directly crushing the Desolation Dragon King's brain. As the terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc, the Desolation Dragon King staggered and fell to the side. Two of them. In less than 10 breaths of time, two of the powerful Desolation Dragon Kings were killed by Chunzong. This scene made Bai Mei and Li Wenhe's eyelids twitch. It was too brutal. Those were Desolation Dragon Kings. They were not ordinary Desolation Dragons, yet they were killed so easily. Moreover, they were facing 5 Desolation Dragon Kings at the same time. Li Wenhe thought that even if there were 100 of him, he would still be trampled to death. Even if there were 1,000 of him, it would still be the same. After all, the heavy desolation dragon ring was too abnormal. It was an indiscriminate pressure. If one could not withstand it, then they could not withstand it. It had nothing to do with the number of people. It was only related to the strength of the individual. It could be called a sharp weapon on the battlefield. Just imagine if one could master a divine ability like the heavy desolation dragon ring and use it on the battlefield, they could directly crush the enemy's army. How shocking would that be? What was the difference between 100, 1,000, or even 10,000? As long as they were within the range of the heavy desolation dragon ring, as long as they could not withstand the pressure of the heavy ring, they would be hit and die. Lesser evading shadow technique. In a split second, Chun Zong turned into a shadow, refracting, avoiding the encirclement of the remaining 3 desolation dragon kings. The energy exploded in all directions, incomparably chaotic. In that space, because of the 3 desolation dragon kings' extremely violent attacks, it seemed as if the heavenly lightning and earthly fire were stirring, destroying everything. The indiscriminate attacks completely covered everything. No matter what, they could not dodge. The 3 desolation dragon kings who had fallen into a berserk state opened their mouths and spurted out balls of blazing dark yellow flame, covering everything within 1,000 meters. Burn! The fierce burning seemed to want to burn everything between heaven and earth into nothingness. A strong sense of danger immediately filled his body, making Chun Zong's face solemn. This kind of flame was extremely powerful. Once it burned, he estimated that he would not feel good. As if he had a stroke of good luck, Chun Zong first used the small ethereal technique, then the small evading shadow technique. His figure turned into a shadow in an instant, from solid to illusory, like a bouncing star. However, he did not escape the range of the flame, and even the range was not large. However, it was very miraculous that none of the flames could affect Chun Zong. His body was clearly inside the flame, but it seemed to be isolated from the flame, as if he wanted to merge with a deeper layer of the void that the flame could not reach. To describe it in a way, the flame burned the surface of the void, and Chun Zong, after combining the small evading shadow technique and the small ethereal technique, seemed to escape under the surface of the void in an instant. His body seemed to be inside the flame, but he was not burned by the flame. It was very strange. This feeling made Chun Zong feel incomparably magical. Manifestation of nature, sort of heart refining. In just a flash, 5 illusions appeared around Chun Zong. Then, Chun Zong's real body slashed out his sword at the same time. After spurting out dark yellow flames, the aura of the 3 barren dragon kings decreased significantly. Apparently, the flame was powerful, but it was related to the fundamental power, just like some kind of secret technique. It was a good chance. Take advantage of their weakness to kill them. 6 sword lights. 2 of them attacked the 2 20-meter-tall barren dragon kings, and 4 of them gathered into one, attacking the 23-meter-tall barren dragon king. No matter what, it was the strongest barren dragon king. Of course, he had to take care of it. After spurting out the flame, the barren dragon kings fell into a weakened state. They couldn't resist Chun Zong's sword. Kill! The 3 barren dragon kings cried and roared, shaking. 3 continuous sounds resounded. The earth shook incessantly, and the other lofty dragons let out sorrowful roars one after another. Their king was dead. For the time being, the barren dragons faced the sky and roared. Their roars were earth-shaking, as if they were bidding farewell to their king. However, they were full of anger and determination. Attack! Attacking without fear of death, the barren dragons rushed toward Chun Zong. Although they knew they couldn't defeat him, they didn't hesitate. It was like they were going to be buried with their king. Chun Zong frowned and swung his sword. The sword light pierced through the sky. He didn't need to perform any special attacks. With the violet thunder sword, the heart's sword intent, and the sharpness of the absolute beginning sword aura, it was enough to cut these barren dragons that were less than 20 meters tall. It was hard to do before, but now it was because he was stronger. The Baron Dragons launched their deadly attacks from all directions like moths flying into a flame. A kind of determination to disregard life and death, to be buried with their king, filled the air. This kind of aura spread everywhere, rushing to the deepest part of his mind. It made Chunzong's face twitch. He couldn't bear it. Should he put his sword away? No, if they wanted to be buried with their king, he should fulfill their wish. That way, he wouldn't disappoint their loyalty. Although they were beasts, they had the courage that humans couldn't reach. Kill. With one sword, he slaughtered all creatures. The Baron Dragons fell one by one under Chunzong's sword. Their blood flowed like a river. However, the Baron Dragons weren't afraid at all. They didn't hesitate or fear. They used their lives as the price to attack and kill this man. Bai Mei and Li Wenhe gazed at each other. For the time being, their hearts were shaken like a rolling sea. This kind of emotion was hard for them to describe. They just felt that something was growing from the deepest part of their hearts, strengthening and then bursting out. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.